Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I'm nearly 40 now, but I still sleep with the TV on. I have since I was 9. That was the year my mom remarried and we moved to her new husband's property in northern Arkansas. Looking back, I should have known something was off the moment we pulled up that gravel driveway. The house itself was nice enough, nothing fancy, just a regular ranch-style home built in the 70s. But the property, that's what got to me. Behind our backyard was this old cemetery, not some well-kept memorial garden with neat rows of headstones, but a forgotten, overgrown plot with markers dating back to the late 1800s. Mum said it was historic and charming. In that way, adults try to make creepy things sound interesting to kids. My stepdad, Doug, just shrugged and said nobody had been buried there for decades, so it was basically just a park with rocks. I knew better, though. Even at 9, I felt something was watching us from those tilting gravestones. My birthday was about 3 weeks after we moved in. Mum, trying to help me make friends at my new school, invited my whole class over for a party and sleepover. Only 5 girls actually showed up, probably because our house was so far out of town. Amanda, Jessica, Katie, Brittany, and Heather. I didn't really know any of them well yet, but I was desperate for friends, so I acted like I was thrilled they came. The day part of the party was normal. We had cake, opened presents, played games in the yard. But then Heather, this really loud girl who always had to be the center of attention, spotted the cemetery through the back fence. "Oh my God, you guys have a graveyard. That's so cool," she squealed, already running toward the rusty gate in our back fence. I didn't want to go. I really didn't. But everyone followed Heather, and I didn't want to be left alone or seem like a baby, so I trudged after them, my stomach already knotting up. The cemetery was small, maybe 50 graves total. Most of the stones so weathered you couldn't read the names anymore. The girls started wandering between them, reading the dates out loud and making up stories about how people died. 1892, probably got shot in a duel. 1910, Spanish flu for sure. Look, a baby's grave, that's so sad. I hung back near the gate, watching. Something felt wrong about disturbing this place. My skin was prickling despite the warm September air. Then Heather took it too far. She climbed up on this big flat tombstone and started jumping on it like it was a trampoline. "Hey guys, look at me. I'm dancing on dead people." "Get down," I yelled, surprising myself with how angry I felt. "That's really disrespectful." Heather rolled her eyes. "It's just a rock. They can't feel anything. They're dead." "She's right," Jessica chimed in. "My brother says ghosts aren't even real." But before I could argue, Heather lost her balance. She slipped off the tombstone and landed hard on her butt. For a second, everyone was silent. Then she started laughing, but I could tell she was embarrassed. As she got up, she kicked the tombstone. "Stupid rock," she muttered. We all went back to the house after that. The sun was setting and Mom called us in for pizza and movies anyway, but as we walked back I couldn't shake this feeling like something was following us. I kept looking over my shoulder, but there was never anything there, just graves and shadows. The sleepover part started normal enough. We changed into pajamas, gossiped about boys at school, and watched The Little Mermaid in the living room. Mum had set up sleeping bags for everyone in my bedroom. I had the twin bed and the 5 guests would sleep on the floor. Around 11, Mum made us turn off the TV and go to bed. We giggled and whispered for a while in my room with the lights off, using flashlights to tell scary stories. I was starting to relax and think maybe I'd been worried over nothing when it happened. The door slammed shut, hard. We all jumped. My bedroom door had been halfway open, letting in light from the hallway. Now it was closed tight, The room pitch black except for our flashlights. "Who did that?" Katie whispered. "Not me," we all answered. "It was probably just a draft," I said, trying to sound brave as I got up to open it again. But when I turned the knob and pulled, the door wouldn't budge. It felt like someone was holding it shut from the other side. "Mom!" I called out, my voice shaking. "Doug, is that you?" No answer. I pulled harder, and suddenly the door swung open so fast I fell backwards onto my butt. The hallway was empty. I left the door wide open this time and hurried back to my sleeping bag. We were all quiet for a few minutes, too freaked out to talk. Then it happened again. Slam! The door closed with such force, the walls shook. This time, Brittany started crying. Amanda jumped up and ran to the door, yanking it open. "This isn't funny!" she yelled into the hallway. "Stop it!" Mom appeared in the doorway, looking annoyed. "Girls, it's after midnight. What's all the noise about?" "Someone keeps slamming the door," Jessica told her. Mom sighed. "It's just the air conditioning. When the vents kick on, it creates a draft. If it bothers you, we can close the vents." She closed the vents in my room, propped the door open with a heavy book, and told us to go to sleep. We tried, but none of us could relax. The room felt cold now, much colder than it should have been with the vents closed. I was just starting to doze off when the book went flying across the room like someone had kicked it, and the door slammed again, harder than before. This time, it started rattling on its hinges like something was shaking it. All of us screamed. Mom and Doug came running, but by the time they got there, the rattling had stopped. "The air conditioning just kicked on again," Mom insisted, but she looked worried now. "I want to go home," Heather announced. The others quickly agreed. It was nearly 1 a.m., but Mom started calling parents. Within an hour, everyone had been picked up, making excuses about stomach aches and not feeling well. Nobody mentioned the door. I begged Mom to let me sleep in their room, but Doug said I was too old for that. They compromised by letting me sleep on the living room couch, with the TV on low for company. Mom tucked me in, looking tired and frustrated. "Samantha, you have to get over this fear of the dark. There's nothing in this house that can hurt you." She was wrong, so wrong. I must have finally fallen asleep around 3 a.m. with some old sitcom playing on TV. I woke up suddenly, the way you do when you feel someone watching you. The TV was still on, casting blue light across the living room. At first, I didn't see anything unusual. Then I noticed something moving near the hallway entrance. It started as a dark spot on the floor, like a shadow without anything to cast it. But then it began to grow and move. I froze, unable to scream, as it stretched and took shape. A black, billowing mass that wasn't quite smoke and wasn't quite solid. It was roughly the size of a large dog, but constantly shifting, with these wispy tendrils that reached out and then pulled back into the main mass. The weirdest part, the part that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it, was that it seemed to have hair. Not human hair, but something like black fur or thick strands that floated and waved as it moved, even though there was no breeze in the house. It was coming straight toward the couch, toward me. That's when I found my voice and screamed. I screamed louder than I've ever screamed in my life. Doug came running from their bedroom, flipping on lights as he went. The second the overhead light came on, the thing vanished, not fading away, but just gone instantly, like someone had changed the channel. "What? What is it?" Doug demanded, looking around wildly. I tried to tell them what I'd seen, but Mom wrote it off as a nightmare. Doug checked all the doors and windows, found them locked, and eventually they both went back to bed, leaving the lights on for me. I didn't sleep again that night, or much the next night, or the night after that. That was just the beginning. After that night, I started having the most vivid nightmares I'd ever experienced. Always the same theme. I was being chased through our house or the cemetery by 3 creatures. They were humanoid but wrong somehow, too tall, too thin, with faces that were just blurry enough that I couldn't make out the features. They moved in jerky, unnatural ways, like someone had spliced together footage of people walking. And they always caught me. These nightmares continued for months. Mom took me to a doctor who said it was just stress from the move and prescribed some children's anxiety medication that didn't help at all. I started sleeping in my clothes with my shoes on, ready to run. I lost weight. My grades dropped. The final nightmare, the one that changed everything, came about 4 months after my birthday. In this dream, I was hiding in my closet. I could hear the things moving through my room, their breathing raspy and wet. The closet door slowly creaked open, and I saw all 3 of them crowded together in the doorway. This time, their faces were clear. They had no eyes, just empty sockets leaking black fluid and mouths that were too wide with teeth like needles. They grabbed me with hands that felt like wet leather and began to literally tear me apart. I felt every moment of it. My arms being wrenched from their sockets, my skin peeling away from muscle, my insides spilling out. I woke up screaming, drenched in sweat, convinced I was dying. That was the last detailed nightmare I ever had. After that night, my dreams became muted. Even now, decades later, I rarely dream at all. And when I do, they're vague, forgettable things that slip away as soon as I wake up. It's like something burned out that part of my brain. But losing my dreams wasn't the end of it. The entity, that's what I've come to call it, never left me. It followed me when we moved away from that house 2 years later. It followed me to college, to my first apartment, to every home I've ever lived in since. It manifests differently depending on where I am. In my college dorm, it would unplug my alarm clock while I slept, leading to missed classes. In my first apartment, faucets would turn on by themselves. Things disappear, not just keys or phones like normal people lose, but things like all my left shoes or every red item in my kitchen. In my current house, where I've lived for nearly 5 years, it's gotten stronger. Cabinet doors open and slam shut at night. Twice I've had framed photos fly off the wall when I'm alone in a room. My TV turns on by itself, always to static, and sometimes I see it. Not the full manifestation like that first night, but glimpses. A shadow moving against the natural flow of light. A dark spot in my peripheral vision that vanishes when I turn to look. Small floating orbs that appear in photographs I take inside my home. I've tried everything, sage smudging, religious blessings from 3 different faiths, paranormal investigators, who always get great EVP recordings but never have solutions. Nothing works permanently. It always comes back stronger if I stay in one place too long. I'm convinced it's connected to what happened in that cemetery. That Heather disturbed something ancient and angry, but somehow it attached to me instead of her. Maybe because I felt so strongly about respecting the dead, or maybe it sensed fear in me that made me an easier target. The worst part is, I don't know what it wants. Is it just going to torment me forever? Will it eventually try to hurt me physically? I've developed this theory that it's been feeding on my dreams all these years, which is why I barely have them anymore. I'm typing this from a hotel room right now. Last night, I woke up at exactly 3:12 a.m. to find all the kitchen knives from my knife block arranged in a perfect circle on my bedroom floor, points facing inward toward my bed. I grabbed some clothes and my laptop and left. I don't know if I'm going back, so that's my story. I haven't told the whole thing to anyone before. Pieces here and there to friends or therapists, but never the complete timeline from that cemetery to now. Talking about it makes it feel more real, which I've spent decades trying to avoid. If you've experienced something similar or have any advice beyond what I've already tried, I'm desperate for help. Sometimes I think the only way to escape it might be to go back to that cemetery in Arkansas and try to make amends somehow, but I'm terrified of making things worse. For now, I keep moving every few years when the activity gets too intense. I sleep with lights and TV on, and I try not to think about what might be watching me from the dark corners of whatever room I'm in, biding its time, waiting for something. Story 2. I still can't believe I'm typing this out. It's been 20 years since it happened, but sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking about it, wondering if I really saw what I think I saw. I've never told anyone the full story because it sounds crazy, but I need to get this off my chest. I was 8 years old when my mum got sick. Pancreatic cancer, they said. I didn't understand what that meant at the time, just that Mum was tired a lot, lost weight, and had to take a bunch of pills. Dad tried to explain it to me. But how do you explain cancer to an 8-year-old? All I knew was that sometimes Mum would spend whole days in bed, and other days she'd be almost like her old self, making breakfast and helping me with homework. The weird thing was, even though she was really sick, her mind was always sharp. The doctors even commented on it. While the cancer was eating away at her body, her brain stayed completely normal. She never got confused or disoriented, never hallucinated from the medications. That's why what happened that night was so strange. It was a Tuesday night in April. I remember because we'd had a substitute teacher that day who gave us extra math homework, and Mum had helped me finish it before bed. She seemed tired but okay. She'd even managed to make spaghetti for dinner, though she barely ate any herself. I went to bed around 9, and I must have fallen asleep pretty quickly. But sometime in the middle of the night, I think it was around 2 a.m., though I didn't check the time, I woke up needing to pee. Our house in Minneapolis was small, just a one-story with 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. My room was across the hall from my parents' room, and the bathroom was at the end of the hallway. I remember shuffling down the hall, half asleep, when I heard Mum's voice. She sounded upset. At first I thought she was in pain. She sometimes got really bad pain at night, but as I got closer, I realized she was arguing with someone. "No," she said firmly. "I'm not ready yet." I stopped outside their bedroom door, which was cracked open slightly. My dad was working the night shift that week, so he wasn't home. Mum should have been alone. I said no, she continued, her voice getting angrier. "I don't want to go, not yet." I peeked through the crack in the door. The lamp on her nightstand was on, casting a dim yellow light across the room. Mum was sitting up in bed, her back against the headboard. She looked so thin, her cheeks hollow, her hospital gown hanging loose on her frame. But what freaked me out was that she was staring at the wall and talking to it like someone was there. "I need more time," she said, her voice breaking a little. "My son needs me. He's only 8. Please." There was a pause, like she was listening to someone reply, but I couldn't see or hear anyone else in the room. "No, I don't want to go," she said, almost shouting now. "You can't make me." I must have made a noise or something, because suddenly she turned and looked toward the door. I ducked back, my heart racing. I didn't want her to know I'd been spying. When I peeked again, she was still staring at the wall, but she wasn't talking anymore. She looked defeated somehow, her shoulders slumped. I quickly went to the bathroom and then scurried back to my room, diving under the covers. I was freaked out, but I was also 8 years old and tired, so eventually I fell back asleep. The next morning I woke up wondering if I'd dreamed the whole thing. Mom was in the kitchen when I came out for breakfast, pouring cereal into a bowl for me. She looked tired, with dark circles under her eyes, but she smiled when she saw me. "Morning, buddy," she said, ruffling my hair as I sat down. "Sleep okay?" I nodded, studying her face. She seemed normal, like my mom, not like the angry, scared woman I'd seen last night. "Mom," I said, poking at my cereal with my spoon, "were you talking to someone last night?" She paused, her coffee mug halfway to her lips. Something flickered across her face. Surprise, maybe, or worry. But then she smiled. "I was probably just talking in my sleep," she said. "The medicine sometimes gives me weird dreams." I accepted this explanation because it made sense. Besides, Mom had never lied to me before. But there was something about the way she said it that didn't seem quite right. Breakfast was normal. Mom asked about my homework, and reminded me that Dad would pick me up from school since she had a doctor's appointment. Everything was routine, except for one thing. When it was time for me to leave for school, Mom walked me to the front door like she always did. I grabbed my backpack, gave her a quick hug, and headed down the front steps. I was halfway down the driveway when I realized she was still standing in the doorway watching me. That wasn't unusual. She often waited until I reached the corner before going back inside, but then she did something she'd never done before. She waved. It wasn't just a normal wave. It was slow and deliberate, her whole arm raising up, her hand opening wide, then closing slightly, like she was trying to memorize the feeling of saying goodbye. And her face. I'll never forget the look on her face. A sad smile, her eyes drinking me in, like she was taking a mental picture. I waved back, feeling suddenly weird. But I was late for school, so I turned and ran to the corner where I usually met up with my friend Kevin to walk the rest of the way. That was the last time I saw my mom alive. I found out later that she'd canceled her doctor's appointment. She called my dad around noon, telling him she was tired and going to take a nap. When he got home to pick me up from school, he found her in their bed. The doctors said she'd passed away peacefully, probably in her sleep. For years, I didn't connect the dots. I was a kid dealing with the shock and grief of losing my mum. The memory of that night, her arguing with an empty wall, got pushed aside, filed away as a random, weird moment that didn't matter in the face of the much bigger tragedy. It wasn't until I was in college, taking a psychology class where we discussed near-death experiences, that it all came rushing back. The professor mentioned how some terminally ill patients report seeing visitors or messengers that no one else can see, often in the days or hours before death. I almost walked out of that lecture hall. My hands were shaking so bad I couldn't take notes, because suddenly I understood what had happened that night. My mom wasn't hallucinating. She wasn't talking in her sleep. She was arguing with death itself. I believe with every fiber of my being that death came for her that night, and she fought it. She bargained for more time to be with me, to see me grow up a little more, to prepare herself and us for what was coming. And somehow, she won that argument. She got one more morning, one more breakfast, one more chance to see me off to school. That wave, that slow, deliberate wave, was her saying goodbye. She knew she wouldn't see me again, not in this life. She knew when I came home from school, she'd be gone. So she stood there in the doorway and memorized me, her little boy with a too big backpack and untied shoelaces, and she waved goodbye for the last time. The really scary part? I've talked to my dad about this, and he swears Mom was never confused, never hallucinated, never showed any signs of mental deterioration, even in her final days. The doctors confirmed this. Her mind was clear until the end. So if she wasn't hallucinating, what was she seeing? Who was she talking to? Sometimes I wonder if I could have saved her somehow. If I'd gone into her room that night instead of hiding in the hallway, could I have helped her fight off whatever was coming for her? Or would I have seen it too? This thing, this presence, this harbinger that only reveals itself to those about to cross over. I'm 28 now. I have a good life, a career, friends who care about me. But I've never been able to shake the feeling that there's something out there, waiting, watching. Something that one day I'll be able to see too, when it's my time. Something that might come to me in the night and say it's time to go. And sometimes, when I'm driving away from visiting my dad at the old house, I glance in the rearview mirror and see him standing in the doorway, watching me leave. He never waves. He just watches until I turn the corner. I always wave, though, just in case. Because now I know what it means when someone who loves you waves goodbye like they're trying to memorize you. It means they know something you don't. It means they've seen something you can't see. It means they know they're saying goodbye for the last time. And that knowledge haunts me every single day. The worst part is not knowing for sure. Did my mom really argue with death that night? Did she bargain for one more morning with me? Or was it just the medication, or the stress, or her mind finally giving in to the disease that was ravaging her body? I'll never know, but I can't forget the look on her face as she waved goodbye from the doorway, like she was trying to burn my image into her memory, like she knew exactly what was coming, and she was facing it with all the courage she could muster. So now, every time I say goodbye to someone I love, I look them in the eyes a little longer. I hug them a little tighter. I memorize their faces, just in case, because you never know when a goodbye might be final. You never know who might be waiting in the room, invisible to everyone except the person they've come for. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I find myself staring at the corner of my bedroom, wondering if there's something there that I just can't see yet. Wondering if someday I'll be able to see it. Wondering if, like my mom, I'll try to argue my way into one more day, one more chance to say goodbye. The thought terrifies me, but it comforts me too, in a strange way. Because if my mom really did see death coming for her, if she really did bargain for one more morning, then maybe death isn't just a cold, clinical end. Maybe there's something more personal about it. Maybe we do get a chance to argue, to bargain, to say one last meaningful goodbye. I just hope that when my time comes, I'll be as brave as she was. I hope I'll face whatever appears with the same courage she showed that night. And I hope that, like her, I'll get the chance to wave goodbye to the people I love, even if they don't understand what that wave really means. Until then, I'll keep telling this story, hoping that someone out there might understand, might have seen something similar, might help me make sense of what happened that night in Minneapolis 20 years ago, when my mom argued with an empty wall and then waved goodbye to me for the last time. Story 3. It's been 15 years, but I still get chills when I think about what happened that winter night in 2008. I was 16, a junior in high school living in Traverse City, Michigan. My parents and little sister had gone to visit my aunt in Washington for the weekend, but I'd stayed behind because of basketball practice and a history project that was due the following Monday. I remember everything about that day so clearly. That's what happens when your sense of safety gets shattered in an instant. It was mid-January, and we'd had this massive snowfall the night before. School had actually been cancelled that Friday because the roads were so bad. The snow was piled up against our house, probably about 2 feet deep, and it was still coming down lightly. Since I had the house to myself, I invited my friends Megan and Kayla over to hang out. Looking back, maybe I was a little nervous about being alone in that big house. We lived in this old 2-story colonial with an attic that my parents had converted into a bedroom for me when I turned 13. It was pretty cool, actually. Had my bed, desk, gaming set up, and this old couch my mum let me drag up there. The ceiling was sloped, and I had these 2 dormer windows that looked out over our backyard and the woods behind our property. The girls came over around 6 p.m. I remember because I was watching the local news, and they were talking about another storm front moving in later that night. We ordered pizza from Papa John's, pepperoni and sausage, and carried it up to my room along with some Cokes and a bag of Doritos. It was just a normal hangout, you know, nothing special. We ate pizza, played some Mario Kart on my Wii, and were just goofing around. It was around 9:30 p.m. when everything changed. We were in the middle of a race. I was Yoshi, Megan was Princess Peach, and Kayla was playing as Bowser when we heard it. A scream. And not just any scream, the kind that makes your blood freeze in your veins. It was clearly a woman's voice, high-pitched and absolutely terrified. It came from the bottom of the attic stairs, like someone was standing right there at the bottom of the steps that led up to my room. We all froze. The game kept going on the screen, but none of us was paying attention anymore. I remember Megan's controller slipping from her hands and hitting the floor. What the fuck was that? Kayla whispered. Her face had gone completely white. I couldn't even answer at first. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The thing is, it wasn't like we were watching a horror movie and got spooked. We weren't telling ghost stories. There was absolutely no reason for any of us to imagine something like that. It was loud, so loud that there was no question all three of us had heard exactly the same thing. I finally managed to pause the game and stood up. "Stay here," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "Are you crazy?" Megan grabbed my arm. "Don't go down there!" But I had to check. I mean, what if someone was hurt? What if someone had broken in? My mind was racing with possibilities, none of them good. I grabbed my baseball bat from beside my desk and slowly made my way to the top of the attic stairs. The staircase leading up to my room was narrow, with a door at the bottom that opened into the upstairs hallway. That door was closed, just like I'd left it earlier. I remember how the old wooden steps creaked under my feet as I made my way down, gripping that bat so tight my knuckles were white. Megan and Kayla followed behind me, huddled together. None of us spoke. We were just listening, straining to hear any sound at all. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I hesitated before opening the door. What if someone was right on the other side? I took a deep breath, turned the knob, and swung it open quickly, raising the bat defensively. Nothing. The upstairs hallway was empty and silent. The only light was coming from the bathroom at the end of the hall, where I'd left the light on earlier. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking a little. "Is anyone there?" Silence. We checked every room upstairs first. My parents' bedroom, my sister's room, the bathroom, the small office. Nothing was disturbed, no windows were open, nobody was hiding anywhere. "Maybe it came from outside," Kayla suggested, but her voice didn't sound convinced. I shook my head. "No way. It was right here, at the bottom of my stairs. It wasn't muffled at all." We made our way downstairs to the main floor, turning on every light as we went. The living room, kitchen, dining room, the half bathroom, the laundry room, everything was normal, nothing was out of place. All the doors were locked from the inside with deadbolts. Every window was secured. I even checked the basement, though Megan and Kayla refused to come down with me. Can't blame them. I was terrified too. But the basement was empty and untouched, just concrete floors and walls, with our old Christmas decorations stacked in boxes. When I came back upstairs, Kayla was on her phone. "I called my dad," she said. "He's a police officer, remember? He's coming over with his partner." I was actually relieved. I didn't want to be the guy who called the cops over nothing, but this didn't feel like nothing. While we waited, we huddled in the living room, not saying much. I kept replaying that scream in my head. It wasn't like anything I'd ever heard before, not like in movies or TV shows. It was raw and desperate, like someone in absolute terror. And it was so clear, like whoever made that sound was standing right there in the house with us. Kayla's dad arrived about 15 minutes later with another officer. They were both in uniform and had their hands resting on their holsters when they came in, which didn't exactly make me feel better. They took the situation seriously, though, which I appreciated. They didn't talk down to us or act like we were just some scared teenagers. Officer Thomas, Kayla's dad, and Officer Rodriguez did a complete sweep of the house. They checked every closet, under every bed, behind furniture, in the attic crawl spaces on either side of my room, even up in the ceiling access panels. They checked outside too, walking the perimeter of the house with flashlights, but there were no footprints in the snow except for where Megan and Kayla had walked from their cars to my front door hours earlier. "The snow's been falling steadily all day," Officer Rodriguez pointed out. "If someone had approached the house at any point in the last few hours, we'd see their tracks." They asked us all sorts of questions. Had we heard any other noises? Had anything else strange happened? Were we watching something on TV that might have had a scream in it? Did I know of anyone who might want to scare us? The answer to everything was no. We'd just been playing Mario Kart with the sound at a normal level. The TV wasn't even that loud. And that scream, It wasn't from the game or from outside. It was right there in the house with us. After about an hour, the officers couldn't find anything suspicious. They told us to keep the doors locked and to call immediately if we heard anything else. Officer Thomas asked if Kayla and Megan wanted to go home, and they both nodded immediately. I couldn't blame them. "What about you, Jason?" he asked me. "You want to stay at our place tonight?" I looked around at my house, the house I'd grown up in, that had always felt safe until now, and felt a chill run down my spine, but I was trying to be tough. "I'll be fine," I said. "It was probably just, I don't know, the house settling or something." But I knew it wasn't the house settling. We all knew what we'd heard. After they left, I locked every door and window again. I even pushed my dresser in front of my bedroom door. I tried watching TV, tried playing games, anything to distract myself, but I couldn't stop listening, waiting to hear that scream again. Around 1 a.m. I gave up. I couldn't stay there. I threw some clothes and my school stuff in a backpack, grabbed my toothbrush and called my friend Mark. His mom answered, sounding groggy, but when I explained or tried to explain what had happened, she told me to come right over. I remember standing at my front door, about to leave, and looking back up the stairs toward my room. The house was silent now, but somehow that made it worse. What had that scream been? Who had made it? And why couldn't we find any trace of them? I didn't sleep in my own bed again until my family came back, almost 3 months later. I stayed at Mark's for a week, then bounced between different friends' houses. My parents were confused and worried when I told them what had happened, but they let me sleep on the couch when they got back. Eventually, I moved back into my room, but I never felt the same about it. The thing that really gets me, even now, is the randomness of it. Our house didn't have a history. It wasn't built on some ancient burial ground. There were no local legends about it. Nothing paranormal ever happened before that night, and nothing has happened since. Just that one horrible, unexplainable scream. I've spent years trying to come up with logical explanations. Maybe it was someone outside, and the acoustics made it sound closer, but 3 feet of snow muffles sound, and there were no footprints. Maybe it was from a neighbor's house, but our nearest neighbors were a quarter-mile away. Maybe it was an animal, but I've listened to recordings of foxes, coyotes, all the animals that can make human-like sounds, and none of them match what we heard. Sometimes I wonder if Megan, Kayla, and I shared some kind of mass hallucination, but that seems even less likely. We weren't drinking or using any substances. We weren't overtired or stressed out. We were just 3 normal teenagers playing video games on a snowy night. Kayla and Megan don't like talking about it. When we graduated high school, Megan went to college in California, about as far from Michigan as she could get. Kayla stayed local, but changes the subject whenever that night comes up. I don't blame them. If I could stop thinking about it, I would. I'm 31 now. I've been in therapy, partly to deal with the anxiety that started that night. My therapist suggested it could have been a hypnagogic hallucination or some kind of sleep paralysis that all 3 of us experienced simultaneously. But that doesn't explain why we were all fully awake and active playing a video game. I've researched paranormal phenomena, read about residual hauntings, where traumatic events leave an imprint that replays under certain conditions. But if something terrible ever happened in our house, there's no record of it. The most rational explanation I've found is that sound can do weird things sometimes. There are documented cases of skyquakes and mist puffers, unexplained booming sounds heard near bodies of water. Traverse City is near Grand Traverse Bay, after all. But those are booms, not screams. The worst part isn't the fear anymore, though that still comes back sometimes when I'm alone at night. The worst part is not knowing, not having an explanation, knowing that something happened that defies all logical understanding. I still visit my parents in that house a few times a year. It feels normal now, safe even. But sometimes when I'm there alone and it's quiet, I find myself listening, waiting. Part of me is afraid I'll hear it again, But another part almost wishes I would, just so I'd know I wasn't crazy, that it really happened the way I remember it. But it never has. Just that one scream on that one winter night that changed how I see the world forever. Story 4. I've been working maintenance at the Beaufort Grand Hotel in Savannah for almost 3 years now. Beautiful old place, built in 1887, with all the charm and character you'd expect. Ornate crown molding, vintage fixtures, and apparently some permanent residents who checked in decades ago and never checked out. I'm not the type who goes looking for ghosts. Growing up, I rolled my eyes at those ghost tour guides downtown with their dramatic capes and lanterns. But after what happened to me over the past few months, I don't laugh anymore, not at all. It started back in February when I was assigned to check the HVAC system in the 12th floor attic space. It was just routine stuff. Make sure the ducts weren't leaking, check the thermostats, basic maintenance. I brought my phone to take some reference photos for our work order system. Nothing unusual there. I do it all the time. The 12th floor of the Beaufort isn't actually guest rooms. It's this weird half floor with storage, some old furniture, maintenance access, and a small break room for staff. The ceiling slopes with the roofline, and there are these tiny windows that let in just enough light to make the dust particles visible floating in the air. It's always cooler up there, even in summer, and it has this smell I can't quite describe, like old paper and wood polish. I was snapping photos of a section where we needed to replace some insulation. Nothing exciting, just documentation for the work order. But as I was taking the third or fourth picture, I got this feeling. It wasn't dramatic like in the movies, no sudden cold spot or whispers. Just this sense that washed over me that I shouldn't be doing this. Like when you realize you've accidentally walked into the wrong bathroom or opened someone's private mail, that I'm not supposed to be seeing this feeling. I remember pausing, looking around, and feeling stupid for being spooked. There was nothing there but old boxes and equipment. I shook it off and kept taking photos, but then, this is going to sound crazy, but I swear I heard something. Not out loud, but in my head. Clear as day, like a thought that wasn't mine. Don't do that. It wasn't threatening, more like a correction, the way someone might tell you not to touch a hot stove. Matter of fact. I remember standing there, phone still raised, feeling confused. But maintenance guys don't get paid to stand around feeling weird. So I finished the job and headed back downstairs. I'd almost forgotten about it 2 days later when I was moving laundry carts from housekeeping to the service elevator. The carts are heavy metal with these spring-loaded doors that can snap shut if you're not careful. I was pushing one through a doorway, trying to hold the door open with my shoulder while maneuvering the cart, when suddenly the cart shifted. My middle finger got caught between the cart and the door frame. The pain was immediate and intense. I yelled something I shouldn't repeat and managed to free my hand. Looking down, I could already see my finger swelling, turning an angry purple red. I ended up in urgent care that afternoon. X-rays showed no break, thankfully, but I had to wear a metal splint for 3 weeks. The doctor called it a crush injury and said I was lucky not to lose the nail. It wasn't until I was sitting at home that night, my throbbing finger wrapped in ice, that I made the connection to what had happened upstairs. The timing was too perfect to be coincidence. Taking photos when something told me not to, then injuring the exact finger I'd used to take those pictures. Come on, I'm not proud to admit it, but I talked to the empty room of my apartment that night. Felt ridiculous doing it, but I said out loud, I'm sorry for taking pictures without permission. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful, it was just for work. I felt absolutely stupid, like I was apologizing to my imagination, but something about it felt necessary. For a couple weeks, everything was normal. I did my job, avoided taking unnecessary photos, and my finger healed. I was starting to think I'd imagined the whole thing. Then came the second lesson. I was working a late shift around 10 p.m., doing some repairs in an unoccupied guest room on the 4th floor. The hotel keeps a small toolkit in each section to avoid maintenance staff having to run up and down for simple fixes. I was using the one stored in the hallway supply closet, screwdriver, pliers, basic stuff. Every time I set a tool down and turned away, it would be in a different spot when I looked back. At first I thought I was just being forgetful, but after the 5th time the screwdriver moved from where I'd definitely placed it, I got frustrated. "Could you not be a little prick about this?" I muttered under my breath. "I'm just trying to do my job." The words had barely left my mouth when I felt it, that same sense of crossing a line. The air felt different somehow, charged. I knew immediately I'd messed up. Sure enough, as I was gathering my tools to leave, I felt a sharp pain in my palm. Looking down, I realized I'd somehow cut myself on the edge of the metal toolbox. Not a huge gash, but deep enough to bleed pretty good and hurt like hell. Same hand as my injured finger had been, just a different spot. This time, I didn't wait. Standing right there in the supply closet, I said quietly, "I apologize for being disrespectful. That was out of line." I felt ridiculous again, but also certain it was necessary. The cut healed fine, but it left a small scar, a little reminder not to mouth off to things I don't understand. By this point, I was starting to accept that whatever was happening was real. I didn't talk about it with co-workers, didn't want to be the crazy maintenance guy. But I noticed things more. The way certain rooms always had issues, no matter how many times we fixed them. The elevator that would sometimes stop on the 12th floor when nobody had pressed that button. The way some guests would check out early without explanation, leaving perfectly good rooms they'd paid for. The 3rd incident happened just last week, and it's why I'm finally writing this down. I came in for my shift at 3 p.m., relieving Miguel, who works mornings. We usually overlap for about 15 minutes to catch up on any issues. Miguel looked exhausted, said they'd had a rough morning with 3 separate toilet overflows and a broken ice machine. "Seems like everything's acting up today," he said, gathering his stuff to leave. I remember laughing and saying, "Maybe your ghost buddy's been messing with you. He's been giving me a hard time lately, too." It was just workplace banter. I didn't think anything of it. Miguel raised his eyebrows but didn't comment. He's worked there longer than me and probably knows more than he lets on. After he left, I went to the break room to check something on the computer. We have an old desktop we use for work orders and schedules. Nothing fancy. The break room is small, just a mini fridge, microwave, table with 4 chairs, and the computer desk with one of those cheap rolling office chairs. I remember pulling out the chair and turning to grab my coffee mug before sitting down. I had my back to the chair for maybe 2 seconds. When I turned and went to sit, the chair wasn't there anymore. It had rolled about 3 feet away. I fell straight to the floor, landing hard on my tailbone. The pain shot up my spine like electricity. For a second I couldn't breathe, just lay there trying to process what had happened. I knew, absolutely knew, that chair had been right behind me a moment before. As I was struggling to my feet, rubbing my lower back, the reality of what was happening hit me full force. 3 times now. 3 disrespectful moments. 3 physical consequences. This wasn't coincidence. Standing there alone in the break room, I spoke directly to whatever was listening. "I apologize for being disrespectful. I shouldn't have joked about you like that. This is your home, and I'm just a visitor here." My tailbone was bruised for days. Still hurts when I sit too long. But I got the message loud and clear. Here's what I've learned. These old buildings with their long histories, they have guardians of sorts. Not ghosts exactly, at least not how movies portray them. More like presences, consciousness attached to place. And they demand respect, not worship or fear, just basic respect. Don't take pictures without permission. Don't call them names. Don't mock them to others. Simple rules that would apply to any relationship. I've changed how I work in the hotel now. I'm more mindful. When I enter a room, I give a small nod of acknowledgement. Before taking photos, I mentally explain why I need them. I don't talk about the ghost with other staff. And I've stopped having unexplained accidents. Some colleagues think I'm superstitious now. Maybe I am. But my body has 3 distinct reminders of what happens when I forget my manners around things I don't understand. The strangest part is that I don't feel afraid anymore. Not of the hotel, not of being alone in its oldest sections late at night. There's something almost comforting in knowing the rules, in having this unspoken agreement with whatever watches over the place. I still don't know what exactly happened to me. Was it all coincidence? Some weird self-fulfilling prophecy where I became clumsier because I expected punishment? Or is there really something ancient and aware in this building that took offense to my actions? All I know is that it changed me. I work differently now, live differently too. More mindful of spaces that aren't mine, more respectful of histories I don't fully understand. The hotel is hosting a historical society event next week. They'll be taking tours of the building, including some areas not usually open to guests. I've been assigned to assist, make sure everything runs smoothly. They'll want photos, of course, documentation for their archives. I've already planned what I'll say when we reach the 12th floor. This area doesn't photograph well due to the lighting. A small lie to keep the peace. Because some lessons you only need to learn once. Sometimes I wonder if other maintenance workers in old buildings have similar stories they don't share. If we all carry these private understandings, these unwritten rules learned through painful experience. Or maybe I'm the only one who managed to irritate whatever watches over the Beaufort Grand 3 separate times. Either way, I've learned my lesson. Respect isn't just for the living. Some things demand it long after they should be gone, and they have their ways of teaching you when you forget. Story 5. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened 3 weeks ago. I don't usually share this kind of stuff online, but I honestly don't know where else to turn. My family thinks I'm just being dramatic, but I know what I experienced was real. I'm 19, living with my parents and younger brother in our house in Brisbane. It's a pretty standard 2-story home in the suburbs, nothing special or historic that would make you think haunted house or anything like that. We've lived here for about 8 years without anything weird happening. At least, that's what I thought. That Sunday started like any other. It was hot as hell, typical Brisbane weather, and I'd spent most of the day being lazy. My parents were hosting a small barbecue for some family friends, but I wasn't really in the mood to socialize. By early evening, most of the guests had left, and I retreated to my room upstairs to play some Elden Ring. I had my headphones on, but not blasting at full volume. Around 8:30 p.m., I heard the shower turn on in the bathroom next to my bedroom. The walls in our house are pretty thin, so you can usually hear when someone's using the bathroom. I didn't think much of it. Probably just my brother or dad washing off after being outside all day. The bathroom door wasn't closed properly. It makes this distinct click when it shuts completely, but whatever, not my business. I kept playing, completely absorbed in the game, when something started nagging at me. The shower was still running, like it had been running for ages. At first I tried to ignore it, but after what must have been an hour, I realized it was weird that someone would shower for that long, especially since my dad is always going on about water conservation and bills. I paused my game and took my headphones off, listening more carefully. Yep, definitely still running. I could hear that consistent spray of water hitting the floor of the shower. No other sounds, no movement, no one humming or washing, just the steady stream of water. "Hey, is someone still in the shower?" I called out, but got no response. I thought maybe my aunt had come over and was staying the night. She sometimes drops by, unexpectedly. So I went downstairs to check with my dad, who was watching TV with my mom in the living room. My brother was sprawled on the other couch, scrolling through his phone. "Dad, is Auntie Lynn here? Someone's been in the shower forever." He looked confused. "No, she's not. What are you talking about?" "The shower upstairs has been running for like an hour. Are you sure? Nobody's up there. That's when I felt this weird chill crawl up my spine, even though it was still warm inside the house. I'm positive. I can hear the water running. My dad sighed like I was being a nuisance and got up. Fine, let's check. We went upstairs together, and sure enough, we could both hear the shower running as we approached the bathroom. But here's the weird part. The bathroom door was now fully closed and locked from the inside. Dad knocked. Hello, anyone in there? No answer. He knocked harder. Hey, who's in there? Still nothing. By this point, my mum and brother had come upstairs too, wondering what was going on. Maybe someone left it running, my mum suggested, but that didn't explain the locked door. Dad started getting annoyed. This isn't funny. Open the door now. He was thinking someone was playing a prank. After another minute of no response, he got worried enough to find the small key we keep on top of the door frame to unlock the bathroom from the outside. When he pushed the door open, I was right behind him, peering over his shoulder. The bathroom was empty, completely empty. The lights were on, but the shower was off. Bone dry, no water anywhere. Not on the floor, not in the tub, nowhere. But I know I heard it running. My dad heard it too, right before we opened the door. Dad checked everything, the shower head, the pipes, the drain. Nothing was wet, nothing was leaking. It was like the shower had never been turned on at all. You must have been hearing things, he said, but I could tell he was unsettled too. Maybe it was the neighbors. But our neighbor's house is far enough away that we wouldn't hear their shower, and the sound was clearly coming from our bathroom. Besides, we all heard it right before opening the door. Then who locked it from the inside? I asked. Dad just shrugged. Maybe the lock's faulty. I'll look at it tomorrow. Everyone went back downstairs, brushing off the incident like it was nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong. I went back to my room, but I couldn't focus on my game anymore. I just sat there, staring at my wall, trying to make sense of what had happened. That night I had trouble sleeping. I kept thinking I could hear the shower running faintly, but every time I got up to check, the bathroom was empty and silent. Eventually I fell into an uneasy sleep. That's when the dream started. In it, I woke up in my bed just like normal. Everything felt incredibly real. I got up to use the bathroom and stepped into the hallway. When I looked toward the top of the staircase, there was a figure standing there. Just a dark silhouette, but with eyes that seemed to glow slightly in the darkness. Not like flashlight bright, but more like how a cat's eyes reflect light in the dark. The figure didn't move or approach me. It just stood there watching. In the dream, I was frozen, unable to move or speak. I just stared back until I finally woke up gasping for air, my heart pounding. I convinced myself it was just a nightmare triggered by the weird shower incident, but the next night I had the exact same dream, and the night after that, always the same, the figure at the top of the stairs watching me. Sometimes the dreams would vary slightly. Sometimes I'd hear the shower running in the background. Sometimes the figure would tilt its head slightly, like it was curious about me. But it never came closer, and I never saw its face clearly. After a few days, I started noticing something else weird. The bathroom always feels cold now. It doesn't matter how hot it is outside or in the rest of the house, that bathroom has this persistent chill. Not freezing cold, but noticeably cooler than it should be. And there's this faint smell sometimes, like wet earth or old leaves. It comes and goes, but it's strongest near the shower. I tried telling my parents about it, but they think I'm just being dramatic or letting my imagination run wild. My dad checked the ventilation and said, everything's normal. My mom suggested I'm just anxious about starting university next month. My brother just laughs and calls me a scaredy cat. But I know something's not right. Since that night, I've noticed other small things too. Sometimes, when I'm alone upstairs, I'll hear what sounds like soft footsteps in the hallway. My deodorant or toothbrush will be in a slightly different position than where I left it. The bathroom door will be closed when I'm sure I left it open. Last weekend, I was home alone while my family went grocery shopping. I was in my room when I heard it again, the shower running. This time, I grabbed my phone to record it as proof. I walked slowly to the bathroom, recording the sound getting louder as I approached. The door was partially open. I pushed it with my foot, bracing myself for whatever I might find. The shower was running, but again, no one was there. I kept recording as I walked in. The bathroom had that same cold feeling, even more intense than before. I reached to turn off the shower, and as soon as my hand touched the knob, the water stopped on its own. On the video, you can hear me gasp. But that's not even the creepiest part. When I watch the video back later, there's a moment, just a split second, where you can see something in the mirror. It's blurry because I was moving, but it looks like a dark shape behind me. When I turn around in the video, nothing's there. I've watched that clip over and over, trying to convince myself it's just a trick of the light or my own reflection, but it doesn't look like me at all. I showed my brother, who just said it was a smudge on the lens or a video artifact. But I know what I saw. The dreams have gotten more intense too. Last night, the figure at the stairs actually moved for the first time. It took one step down toward me, and I woke up in a cold sweat, feeling like someone had been in my room watching me sleep. This morning, I found a small puddle of water on the bathroom floor near the shower. Everyone denied using it or spilling anything. The water was gone when I came back with my dad to show him. I've tried researching the history of our house, thinking maybe something happened here that could explain this. But it's a relatively new build, only about 15 years old, and I can't find any records of deaths or anything suspicious. I don't know what to do anymore. I don't feel safe in my own home, especially when I'm upstairs alone. That bathroom feels like, I don't know how to describe it, like there's a thin spot there between our world and somewhere else. Like something found a way to peek through and is now trying to find a way to come through completely. My parents want me to see a therapist, thinking I'm having some kind of anxiety episodes. Maybe they're right. Maybe I am losing it. But that doesn't explain how we all heard the shower that night, or the locked door, or the cold spots, or the figure in my video. I've started sleeping with my light on, as childish as that sounds. I avoid using that bathroom now, going downstairs instead. My dad thinks I'm being ridiculous, but he didn't see what I saw. He doesn't feel what I feel every time I walk past that room. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the shower running faintly. Sometimes I hear what sounds like whispering coming from the drain. I put music on to drown it out, but I know it's still there. I don't know if this thing, whatever it is, means harm or is just curious. All I know is that it's there, watching, waiting for something. And I'm terrified to find out what that something might be. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Am I going crazy? I don't know how much longer I can handle this. Every night when I go to bed, I wonder if tonight will be the night it does more than just watch. Story 6. I've always been skeptical about the supernatural. My family would tell ghost stories during brownouts, and I'd roll my eyes while everyone else got scared. I was the rational one, the one who needed proof. Well, I got my proof 5 years ago, and I wish every day that I hadn't. I was 15 then, living in our ancestral home in Manila. It's this massive Spanish colonial-style house that's been in my family for generations. High ceilings, Capiz shell windows, dark wooden floors that creak with every step. The kind of place tourists take pictures of when they visit the old districts. During the day, it's beautiful in an antique sort of way. At night, though, it transforms into something else entirely. My parents were pretty strict, but that Friday night I'd managed to sneak out to a friend's birthday party. I wasn't supposed to be drinking, but you know how it is when you're 15 and trying to look cool. I had a few San Migs, not enough to get wasted, but definitely enough to feel buzzed and brave. I snuck back in around midnight, carefully avoiding the third step from the top of the main staircase, which always creaked loud enough to wake the dead. Our house had this weird layout. My bedroom was on the top floor, isolated from the rest of the family. My parents and younger brother slept on the second floor, while the first floor had all the common areas. The servants' quarters were attached to the back of the house. Yeah, we had household help. It's common in the Philippines, especially in old family homes like ours. There were always stories about our house. My yaya, nanny, used to whisper them to me when I was younger, before my mum caught her and told her to stop filling my head with nonsense. Apparently, during the Japanese occupation in Vol.233, several of our maids were murdered in the house. The story goes that they were hiding Filipino guerrilla fighters, and when the Japanese soldiers found out, they made examples of them. That's the sanitized version I got as a kid. I later learned they were tortured first. I never really believed these stories. They seemed like the kind of tales that naturally attach themselves to old houses. Plus, if I had to live there, I preferred not to think about murdered maids walking the halls. That night, I carefully made my way to my bedroom, trying not to make noise. The alcohol was making me feel warm and sleepy, and all I wanted was to crash on my bed. My room was always hot and stuffy despite the electric fan, so I stripped down to my basketball shorts and flopped onto my bed without turning on the lights. The moonlight coming through my window was enough to see the outlines of my furniture, my desk, my cabinet, my basketball trophies. I was lying there, eyes closed, waiting for sleep to take me, when I heard it. Psst! It was so faint I thought I imagined it, like someone trying to get my attention without making too much noise. I kept my eyes closed, thinking it was just the alcohol playing tricks on me. Psst! This time, it was louder, unmistakable. It sounded like it was coming from the foot of my bed. My heart started beating faster, but I told myself it was just the wind, or maybe one of our cats that had somehow gotten into my room. I squeezed my eyes shut tighter, trying to will myself to sleep. Psst! This one was loud, deliberate, like whatever was making the sound was getting impatient with my lack of response. The alcohol in my system was doing two contradictory things, making me scared, but also giving me this false courage. I was freaking out, but also angry that something was keeping me from sleeping. I remember thinking, this is bullshit. There's no such thing as ghosts, so I did the stupidest thing possible. I sat up in bed and said out loud, if you're really a ghost, then prove it. For a moment, there was complete silence, the kind of silence that feels heavy, like the air itself is holding its breath. Then I felt it, a sharp, stinging slap on my right inner thigh. It wasn't like bumping into something or scratching myself in my sleep. It was a deliberate, powerful slap, like someone had swung their open palm as hard as they could against my skin. I could feel each individual finger. I screamed and jumped out of bed so fast I knocked over my bedside lamp. I scrambled for the light switch, slamming my shoulder into my cabinet in the process. When I finally got the lights on, my room was empty. No person, no cat, nothing that could explain what had just happened. Then I looked down at my leg. There, on my right inner thigh, was a perfect red handprint. 5 fingers and a palm, bright red against my skin like a tattoo. The fingers were pointing toward my groin, positioned exactly as if someone sitting at the foot of my bed had reached over and slapped me. I stood there frozen, staring at this impossible mark on my body. The handprint was smaller than mine, like a woman's hand, or maybe a teenager's. Not a child's hand, but definitely not a man's either. I think I started hyperventilating. The buzz from the alcohol was completely gone, replaced by cold, sharp terror. I couldn't process what I was seeing. There was physical evidence of something impossible right there on my skin. I remember touching it gingerly, half expecting my finger to go through it somehow, like it was just a trick of the light. But it was real. The skin was hot and raised, already starting to welt. It stung like hell. I took a picture of it with my phone. My hands were shaking so badly I had to take several before I got a clear one. I needed proof. I needed to know I wasn't hallucinating. What made it more terrifying was how specific it was. This wasn't some random paranormal activity like doors closing or lights flickering. Whatever this thing was, it had understood my challenge and had directly, physically responded to me. It had touched me. It had marked me. I couldn't stay in that room. I grabbed my pillow and bolted, not even caring about the noise I was making anymore. I ran down the stairs to my brother's room and burst in without knocking. My brother Carlo was 11 at the time, and obviously not happy about being woken up. He started to complain, but stopped when he saw my face. I must have looked like I'd seen death itself. I babbled something about not feeling well and needing company. I didn't tell him what happened. I was too scared, and part of me didn't think he'd believe me. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat on the floor next to Carlo's bed, back against the wall, staring at the door until sunrise. The handprint on my thigh throbbed painfully all night. By morning it had developed into a full bruise, purple and blue, still perfectly shaped like a hand. At breakfast, my mum noticed something was wrong. I was pale, jumpy, exhausted. She thought I was sick and felt my forehead. I almost told her everything then, but my dad was there, and I was still worried about getting in trouble for sneaking out and drinking. Instead, I asked our longtime housemaid, Atelina, about the stories of the house. She'd been with our family since before I was born and knew all the history. When my parents left the table, I showed her the picture on my phone. Not the bruise itself. I was too embarrassed to show my thigh. But the photo I'd taken. She turned so pale I thought she might faint. She started praying in rapid Tagalog, making the sign of the cross over and over. Finally, she told me about Manuela. Manuela had been a maid in our house during the war. She was young, maybe 18 or 19. When the Japanese came, she was one of the ones who refused to tell them where the guerrillas were hiding. They tortured her in my bedroom. According to Atelina, they did shameful things to her before killing her. Atelina said the older staff avoided my room, especially after dark. They claimed you could sometimes hear Manuela crying or calling for help. I asked Atelina why this ghost would slap my thigh of all places. She wouldn't look me in the eye. Instead, she muttered something about how the Japanese soldiers had tried to force Manuela's legs apart. I understood then and felt sick. I didn't sleep in my room for 3 months after that. I told my parents I thought I'd seen rats in there, and they believed me because there had been a rodent problem in the neighborhood. I slept on a mattress on Carlo's floor until my dad finally called an exterminator and declared my room rat-free. Even then, I only went back because I was embarrassed about being a teenager, still scared of sleeping alone. But I made some changes. I got a crucifix and hung it over my bed. I left a small lamp on all night, and I never ever challenged the darkness again. The bruise took 2 weeks to fade completely. I've still got the picture on my old phone, which I keep in a drawer. Sometimes I take it out just to reassure myself I didn't imagine the whole thing. The picture doesn't capture how terrifying it was in person, but it's enough to remind me. I'm in college now, living in a dorm, and I've never told this story to anyone except Atelina. My roommates think I'm just quirky because I sleep with a crucifix over my bed and never turn the lights completely off. I can't explain to them that I know, not believe, but know that there are things beyond our understanding that can reach out and touch us. I don't know if what slapped me was Manuela or something else pretending to be her. I don't know if she was trying to hurt me or warn me. All I know is that when I challenged the supernatural to prove itself, it did, with a handprint that I can still feel sometimes when I'm trying to sleep. Story 7. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that day at St. Mary's Elementary. It's been over 15 years, but I can remember it like it was yesterday. I was 10 years old at the time, in Ms. O'Connor's class. It was late October, right before Halloween, when the days were getting shorter and darker. That particular morning had been especially dreary. Proper, miserable Irish weather with that constant drizzle that soaks you through. I wasn't a troublemaker as a kid. My mam always said I was too sensitive for my own good. I believed in monsters under the bed longer than most of the other lads, but I was desperate to fit in, especially with the cool kids like Liam and Niamh, who always seemed to know about things before everyone else. That day started normal enough. We'd had maths in the morning, then Irish, and were finishing up our lunch break when Niamh came rushing into the classroom with this look on her face, all excited and secretive. Most of the teachers were still in the staff room having their tea, so it was just us kids. "Did you hear about the Charlie game?" she asked, her eyes wide. None of us had, and she seemed delighted to be the one to tell us. Apparently her older cousin in secondary school had shown her this game where you could summon a spirit called Charlie. "It's dead simple," she explained, grabbing a sheet of paper from her notebook. "You just make a cross on the paper, write yes and no in the boxes, then balance 2 pencils on top of each other and ask Charlie questions." I remember feeling this immediate knot in my stomach. My granny was fierce religious and had always warned me about inviting things in through games like Ouija boards. But when I saw everyone gathering around eagerly, I didn't want to be the scared little boy. So I joined the circle that was forming around Chiara's desk near the back of the classroom. There were about 8 of us: Niamh, Liam, Chiara, Aoife, Dylan, Sean, Emma and me. Niamh set everything up, folding the page in quarters first, then writing yes in the top left and bottom right squares and no in the other 2. She balanced the pencils in a cross shape, one on top of the other. "Charlie, Charlie, are you there?" she called out, her voice half giggling, half serious. Nothing happened at first. Liam snorted and muttered something about it being stupid. But then, and I swear on my life this is true, the top pencil moved. Just slightly, but enough that we all saw it shift toward yes. A mixture of screams and nervous laughter erupted. Emma immediately backed away, saying she wanted nothing to do with it. But the rest of us were captivated. The fact that it had actually worked gave us this rush, half terrified, half thrilled. "Ask him something else," Dylan urged. Niamh looked around at our faces, clearly enjoying being the center of attention. "Charlie, Charlie, is there someone in this room you want to talk to?" The pencil moved again, more decisively this time, pointing to yes. "Who?" several voices asked at once. That's when things started getting weird. The classroom felt suddenly colder. I remember the hair on my arms standing up, and not just from excitement. There was this strange feeling in the air, like the heaviness before a thunderstorm. "Charlie, Charlie, which one of us do you want to talk to?" Niamh asked. The pencil didn't move this time. Instead, we heard this scratching sound coming from the bottom of Chiara's metal desk, the one we were all gathered around. It wasn't loud, more like someone dragging their fingernail across the underside of the desk. Chiara's face went white. "Stop it," she whispered, looking around at us accusingly. "It's not us," Liam said, and for once he wasn't smirking or trying to be funny. That's when we heard it, a whispered name that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "Chiara!" I feel daft even typing this now, but I know what I heard. We all heard it. Chiara shot up from her chair so fast it fell over backwards. The sound it made hitting the floor was jarringly loud in the silence that had fallen over us. "I don't want to play anymore," she said, voice trembling. But something had started that we couldn't stop. The air in the classroom felt thick now, hard to breathe. The lights above us flickered, just once, but enough to make my heart skip. "We have to close the game properly," Niamh insisted, suddenly looking less confident. "Charlie, Charlie, can we stop?" The pencil didn't move. "Charlie, Charlie, can we stop?" she repeated, louder this time. Still nothing. That's when it happened. Chiara's desk, a standard metal primary school desk with the wooden top and the metal frame, suddenly jerked. Not like someone had kicked it, more like it had been yanked from below. What the? Liam didn't finish his sentence. The desk jerked again, harder this time, making the pencils roll off along with Neve's paper. And then... Jesus, I still can't believe what I saw. The entire desk flipped, but not like if you pushed it over. It didn't just fall on its side. It flipped completely upside down, landing perfectly on its top, with its legs pointing straight up in the air. The sound it made wasn't right either. It was too quiet for something that heavy. It was like it had been carefully turned over rather than crashed down. We all just stood there for a second, completely frozen. Then Oif started screaming, not a normal scream, this high-pitched, terrified wail that broke whatever spell had kept us rooted to the spot. We bolted, all of us, scrambling for the door, pushing and shoving in blind panic. I remember catching my hip on another desk as I ran, but I didn't even feel the pain until hours later. We burst into the corridor, still screaming, just as Miss O'Connor was returning from lunch. She grabbed me by the shoulders. I must have been the first one she could catch, demanding to know what was going on. Kiara's desk, was all I could stammer out. Miss O'Connor marched into the classroom with us trailing behind her, keeping as close to the door as possible. She stopped dead when she saw the upturned desk. For a moment, she just stared at it. Then she turned to us, her face pale. "Who did this?" she demanded, but her voice lacked its usual authority. She knew, just like we did, that none of us could have flipped that heavy desk so perfectly. Not like that. No one answered. We were all just looking at the floor, at the walls, anywhere but at that desk. We were playing Charlie, Neve finally admitted in a small voice. Ms. O'Connor's expression changed from anger to something else. Fear, I think. She's Catholic, Ms. O'Connor, wears a cross and everything. She made us all go sit in the library while she got Mr. Doyle, the headmaster. The next few hours were a blur. Parents were called. The parish priest, Father McKenna, came in. They kept asking us questions over and over. Had we seen anyone push the desk? Had we all been touching it? Was someone playing a prank? But they knew. Adults always think they know better, but I could see it in their faces. They were scared too, especially Father McKenna. He kept making the sign of the cross every time he looked back at our classroom. By home time, rumors were flying around the school. Some kids said our classroom was haunted now. Others said Ciara was possessed. Ma'am picked me up early, her lips pressed into a thin line. She didn't yell at me like I expected. She just held me tighter than usual and made me promise never to play games like that again. That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak in our old house made me pull the covers tighter around me. I kept thinking about Charlie, wondering if he'd followed me home. The next day, school was different. Our classroom had been cleaned. That's what the teachers called it. But we all knew Father McKenna had blessed it. Ciara wasn't there. Wouldn't be back for a week, her ma'am keeping her home. The desk had been replaced with another one. No one mentioned where the old one had gone. In the playground, different theories started circulating about how to get rid of Charlie properly. Liam said his older brother told him you had to read the entire Bible. Sean reckoned you had to burn the paper you used for the game and scatter the ashes in a graveyard at midnight. Emma was convinced Ciara would be haunted forever unless she found a special protection charm. I just wanted to forget it all, but I couldn't. Every night for weeks, I'd wake up at 3 a.m. exactly. That time everyone says is when the barrier between our world and whatever's on the other side is thinnest. I'd lie there, heart pounding, convinced I could hear scratching under my bed. Mam eventually took me to our GP when the dark circles under my eyes wouldn't go away. He called it anxiety and suggested I talk to someone. But what was I supposed to say? That I'd helped summon a demon in my primary school classroom, that I was afraid it was still watching me. We never played the game again, none of us. Even Liam, who'd usually do anything on a dare, would change the subject if anyone mentioned it. The weird thing is, after a while, I started to wonder if it had really happened the way I remembered. Maybe the desk had just fallen over normally, and in our scared kid brains, we'd made it something more. Maybe the whisper had been the wind through the old windows. Maybe the scratching had been the legs of the desk on the floor. I almost convinced myself of that. Almost, until 4 years later when I started secondary school and ran into Awif in the corridor on the first day. We hadn't kept in touch after primary. Her family had moved to a different part of Dublin, but they'd moved back, apparently. "Connor," she said, looking at me like she'd seen a ghost. Then, without preamble, "Do you still think about what happened? With the desk?" Just like that, all those carefully constructed explanations crumbled. Because the look in her eyes, she remembered it exactly as I did. The unnatural way it flipped. The whisper. The cold. "Sometimes," I admitted. "I can't use Ouija boards," she said. "My cousin tried to get me to use one at a sleepover last year, and I had a panic attack. My mum had to come get me." I nodded. I understood perfectly. Later that week, I bumped into Sean as well. He'd changed schools after St. Mary's, but ended up at the same secondary as me. When I mentioned Awif, he immediately asked, "Did she bring up the Charlie thing?" The three of us started hanging out sometimes, not talking about it usually, but knowing we shared this experience that no one else would believe. It was a strange bond. One night, when Sean's parents were out, we did talk about it, properly, for the first time. Sean said he'd researched it. These summoning games are like opening doors, doors that are supposed to stay closed. "Do you think it's still out there?" Awif asked, her voice small. "Charlie, or whatever it was." None of us had an answer. I'm 25 now. I've got a normal life, a job in IT, a flat I share with 2 mates, a girlfriend I've been with for 3 years, but I still won't touch a Ouija board. I leave the room if people at parties suggest playing Bloody Mary or any of those games. My girlfriend thinks I'm superstitious. I've never told her the full story. Sometimes I wonder what happened to Kiara. She left St. Mary's after that year. Moved to Galway, someone said. I hope she's okay. I hope whatever it was didn't stay with her. Last month, I was helping my parents clear out their attic and found my old St. Mary's school journal. Flipping through it, I found a page where I'd scribbled out something in black marker, pressing so hard the pen had torn through to the next page. I don't remember doing it, but I know what it was. A Charlie cross. As I stood there, holding that journal, I swear I felt the temperature drop. Just for a second, just enough to remind me that some doors, once opened, never fully close. I still don't know what happened that day. I don't know if it was Charlie or something else that came through when we called. But I know what I saw, what we all saw. And no logical explanation has ever made sense of how that desk flipped the way it did. So if you're reading this and thinking about trying one of these games, don't. Just don't. Some things aren't meant to be played with. Some things are better left alone. Trust me on this. I learned the hard way. Story 8. I've never been someone who believes in ghosts. At least I didn't used to. I always thought people who claimed to see spirits or experience supernatural stuff were either making it up for attention or had some psychological explanation for what they were experiencing. That all changed about 3 months ago, and I still don't know how to process what's been happening. I'm writing this down partly to see if anyone else has gone through something similar, and partly because I'm starting to feel like I'm losing my mind. So I moved to Chicago last winter for a new job. The salary wasn't great, but it was better than what I had before, and I was excited about living in a big city. The problem was finding an affordable apartment. If you've tried apartment hunting in Chicago recently, you know what I'm talking about. The decent places cost a fortune, and anything affordable tends to be either tiny, falling apart, or in a sketchy neighborhood. After weeks of searching, I finally found a 1-bedroom in Logan Square that I could actually afford. It wasn't fancy. The building was old, probably from the 1920s, with creaky wooden floors and radiator heating. But it was clean, close to public transit. And the landlord seemed nice. When I asked why the rent was lower than similar units in the area, he just mentioned that the previous tenant had moved out suddenly and he needed to fill the space quickly. I didn't think much of it at the time. I was just relieved to find something within my budget. The first few weeks were normal. I settled in, decorated a bit, and started getting used to my new job and neighborhood. Then weird stuff started happening with my phone. At first it was just small things. I'd leave my phone on the coffee table when I went to the kitchen, and when I came back, it would be on the floor. I assumed I had just placed it too close to the edge, or maybe the table was slightly uneven. No big deal. But then it kept happening. Like, a lot. I'd put my phone down, leave the room, and hear a small thud. Every single time my phone would be on the floor when I returned. I started being more careful, placing it in the center of tables or counters, making sure it wasn't near any edges. It didn't matter. Somehow, it would still end up on the floor. I tried to find logical explanations. Maybe there were subtle vibrations from the train nearby. Maybe my phone case was extra slippery. I even put a rubber mat under it at one point, thinking that would keep it in place. Nope. Still found it on the floor. The day I'm about to describe happened about 3 weeks ago, and it's when things went from weird coincidence to what the actual hell is happening in my apartment. I woke up that morning to find my phone on the floor beside my bed, even though I distinctly remembered plugging it in on my nightstand before falling asleep. I picked it up, checked for damage, thankfully there wasn't any, and went about my morning routine. It was my day off, so I planned to catch up on some Netflix and maybe do a bit of cleaning. I made coffee and set my phone on the kitchen counter while I cooked breakfast. I was only at the stove for maybe 2 minutes, but when I turned around, my phone wasn't there anymore. I heard it hit the floor just as I was turning. This time it landed screen down and I got a small crack in the corner. That's when I started getting irritated. Phone repairs aren't cheap, and I couldn't afford to keep replacing screens if this kept happening. Throughout the morning, the same thing happened 4 more times. I'd put my phone down, walk away for a minute, and then hear it fall. By noon, I was getting seriously freaked out. I decided to conduct a small experiment. I placed my phone in the exact center of my coffee table, took a picture of its position, and then went to the bathroom. Sure enough, when I came back, it was on the floor. I checked the picture to confirm I hadn't misremembered where I put it. I hadn't. At this point, I started thinking that maybe something else was going on. Like maybe someone was messing with me, but that made no sense. I live alone, and my apartment was locked. No one else had keys except the landlord, and why would he sneak in just to move my phone? Plus, some of these incidents happened when I was just in the next room for like 10 seconds. There's no way someone could get in and out that fast without me noticing. By mid-afternoon, I was actually getting scared. The phone incidents were increasing in frequency. I'd put it down, and within minutes, sometimes seconds, it would be on the floor. I started carrying it in my pocket everywhere, even when I was just going to the bathroom or grabbing something from the fridge. But the moment I set it down anywhere, it would fall. At one point I watched it vibrate slightly before falling, even though I hadn't received any notifications and it wasn't set to vibrate. Around 6 p.m., I called my mum to tell her what was happening. Of course, the call dropped 3 times because my phone kept falling to the floor in the middle of our conversation. She suggested it might be a problem with the phone itself. Maybe the vibration motor was malfunctioning or something. I tried turning the phone completely off, but when I set it down on the counter to make dinner, it still fell. That's when I knew for sure this wasn't a technical issue. A powered-off phone doesn't just vibrate and fall off flat, stable surfaces. After dinner, I was so on edge that I decided to just hold on to my phone for the rest of the evening. I watched TV with my phone clutched in my hand the entire time. When I finally went to bed around 11 p.m., I was exhausted from the stress of the day. I plugged my phone into charge and placed it carefully on my nightstand, making sure it was well away from the edge. I had just closed my eyes when I heard a loud bang on the wall near my bed. It was so sudden and sharp that I jolted upright, my heart racing. And in that exact moment I watched as my phone hit the floor with a thud. That was it. I'd had enough. Something was clearly happening in my apartment, and it wasn't normal. With my hands shaking, I picked up my phone and put it back on the nightstand. Then, feeling both terrified and ridiculous, I spoke out loud to my empty room. If someone's here, if there's someone or something in this apartment, push my phone onto the floor again. The room was completely silent. I sat there on my bed, barely breathing, staring at my phone. For about 30 seconds, nothing happened. I started to feel stupid for talking to an empty room, but then my phone moved. It didn't fall immediately. Instead, it slowly, very slowly, slid across the surface of the nightstand, as if someone was pushing it with a finger. There was no vibration, no sound, just this smooth, deliberate movement until it reached the edge and then fell onto the carpet. I think I stopped breathing for a few seconds. My whole body went cold. There was no denying what I had just seen. My phone had moved on its own, directly after I had asked for a sign, but the rational part of my brain was still fighting for an explanation. Maybe there was a draft I hadn't noticed. Maybe the nightstand was subtly tilted. So I picked up the phone again, my hands now visibly trembling, and placed it back in the middle of the nightstand. With my voice barely above a whisper, I said, "Do it again. Please, if you're really there, move my phone again." And it did. This time, the movement was even more deliberate. The phone rotated slightly, about 45 degrees, and then slid directly toward the edge before falling off. There was absolutely no way to explain this away. No draft would cause that specific movement. The nightstand wasn't tilted. I checked with a level app on my phone afterward. What I witnessed was my phone being manipulated by something I couldn't see. I spent the rest of that night with all the lights on, huddled under my blankets, alternating between panic, disbelief, and this weird, detached feeling where none of it seemed real. I must have checked apartment listings on my phone a dozen times that night, looking for something, anything, I could afford to move into immediately. But the reality of Chicago rent prices quickly crushed that hope. I simply couldn't afford to break my lease and pay first and last month's rent plus security deposit on a new place. I was stuck here, at least for now. The next morning, after maybe 2 hours of actual sleep, I asked my landlord if anyone had ever reported strange occurrences in the apartment. He got this uncomfortable look on his face and eventually admitted that yes, the previous tenant had moved out suddenly, claiming the place was haunted. He said he thought she was just trying to break her lease without penalty, and he hadn't experienced anything unusual himself during showings or maintenance visits. That was 3 weeks ago. The phone incidents have continued every single day since then. I've gotten somewhat used to it, as crazy as that sounds. I've started putting my phone on soft surfaces when I'm not using it to prevent further damage when it falls. I've tried talking to whatever is in my apartment, asking it questions, trying to establish some kind of communication, but so far, moving my phone is the only way it seems able or willing to interact. I'm not religious, but I did try burning sage. Thanks, YouTube tutorials, and asking whatever it is to leave. That actually made things worse for a couple of days. My phone would fall literally every time I set it down, even if I was still in the same room watching it. Now it's back to the usual frequency of a few times an hour. I've looked into the history of the building, but haven't found anything particularly sinister. It was built in 1924, survived a fire in the 1960s, and has been renovated several times. Nothing that screams tragic ghost story or explains why something would be messing with my phone specifically. The worst part is that I can't move out right now. My job is okay, but I'm still paying off student loans, and Chicago rent is no joke. I'm basically stuck living with whatever this is until my lease is up in 9 months, or until I can save enough for a move. So that's where I am now, sharing my apartment with something I can't see that has an odd fixation on my phone. It hasn't done anything threatening yet, just the phone thing, but who knows if that will change. Sometimes I wonder if it's trying to communicate in the only way it can. Other times I think it's just messing with me for its own amusement. Has anyone else experienced something like this? Any advice on how to deal with a ghost, spirit, whatever, that won't leave your electronics alone? Or am I actually losing my mind? Story 9. I'm not sure if anyone will even believe this, but I need to get it off my chest. My family and I experienced something in our old farmhouse that I still can't explain, and it's been driving me crazy for years. Even typing this makes my hands shake a little. We moved to rural Vermont when I was 12, and my brother Michael was 10. Our parents bought this century-old farmhouse for dirt cheap because, well, it was literally in the middle of nowhere. Dad was excited about the character of the place, but Mum just liked that we could actually afford it on Dad's teacher salary. The house was weird from the start. Not in a typical haunted house way with creaking floors and strange noises, though it had plenty of those too. It was something else entirely. About 3 months after moving in, I first noticed what we eventually called the empty spot. I was running through the upstairs hallway, probably chasing Michael or something stupid like that, when I hit this one specific area and felt my stomach absolutely lurch, like I was on a roller coaster that suddenly dropped. It wasn't painful, just intensely disorienting. I remember stopping dead in my tracks and trying to figure out what the hell had just happened. "Michael," I called out, "come here and walk through this spot." He came over, irritated at first, but when I explained, he reluctantly walked through the same area. His eyes went wide. "What the hell was that?" he whispered. We were both pretty spooked. Over the next few days, we kept testing it out. Same spot, same sensation, every single time. It was about 3 feet wide in the upstairs hallway, right by the linen closet. We tried jumping over it, crawling under it, even throwing stuff through it. The objects passed through fine, but anyone walking through got that weird falling feeling. When we finally told our parents, they didn't believe us at first. Mum thought we were making up stories about our haunted house. But Dad humored us, and when he walked through the spot himself, I'll never forget the look on his face. Pure shock. Mum tried it next, and she actually got nauseated and had to sit down. "This is not normal," Dad said, which was the understatement of the century. For a while, it became our weird family secret. We'd have guests over and watch them walk through the spot, pretending not to notice when they suddenly looked disoriented. Childish, I know, but what else do you do with something like this? The really strange part happened about 8 months after we discovered the spot. Dad was heading downstairs, texting on his phone as he walked, something Mom always yelled at him for. He passed through the empty spot and suddenly yelped. I was in my bedroom and ran out to see what happened. "My phone," he said, looking bewildered. "It just slipped out of my hand when I hit that weird spot." But the phone wasn't on the floor. It wasn't anywhere. We all searched, moving furniture, checking under the old warped floorboards, everything, nothing. Dad's phone had completely vanished. "This doesn't make any sense," Mom kept saying, getting increasingly frustrated. Dad tried calling his phone from the landline, but it went straight to voicemail. No ringing, nothing. Over the next few days, we kept searching and calling, thinking maybe it had fallen into some hidden crack or space in the walls. Old farmhouses have all kinds of weird nooks, right? But it never turned up. After a few weeks, Dad just gave up and got a new phone. Life went on. We all became more careful around the empty spot. No carrying valuables through it, no lingering in it. We just treated it like a weird quirk of the house, like the upstairs bathroom door that would never stay closed, or the kitchen cabinet that would sometimes open by itself. The years passed. I graduated high school, went to community college nearby. Michael was still in high school. Our lives were normal, except for that one weird spot in our house that we'd learned to live with. We didn't talk about it much anymore. It was just there. 3 years and 4 months after Dad's phone disappeared, everything changed. It was a Friday afternoon in late October. I'd come home from classes early, and Michael had a half-day at school. Our parents were both working late. We were just hanging out, playing video games in the living room, when we heard a distinct thunk from upstairs. We both froze. The sound was loud and clear, like something solid hitting the wooden floor. "Did you hear that?" Michael asked, already pausing the game. "Yeah," I said. "Probably just a squirrel on the roof or something." But I knew it didn't sound like that at all. It sounded like something dropping inside the house. We waited, listening. Nothing else happened. After a minute, Michael stood up. "I'm gonna check it out," he said. "I'll come with you," I replied, trying to sound casual, even though I was suddenly tense. We headed upstairs together, not really expecting anything significant. Old houses make noises all the time, right? But as we reached the top of the stairs and walked down the hallway, we both stopped short at exactly the same moment. There, in the middle of the empty spot, was Dad's phone. Not a phone that looked like Dad's. Dad's actual phone. The black iPhone, with the crack in the bottom right corner of the screen and the faded blue case he'd had for years. The one that had vanished 3 years ago. "What the fuck?" Michael whispered. I couldn't even speak. We both just stood there, staring at it like it might disappear again if we looked away. After what felt like minutes, I finally took a step forward and knelt down. The phone was lying screen up, just there, like it had just fallen. With a shaking hand, I picked it up. It wasn't dusty or damaged beyond the crack that had always been there. The case wasn't faded any more than it had been the day it disappeared. It looked exactly like it had when Dad lost it. "Is it on?" Michael asked, crouching beside me. I pressed the power button, not expecting anything. To my shock, the screen lit up. Battery at 54%. The date and time were wrong. They showed the exact date and time from when the phone had disappeared 3 years earlier. "This isn't possible," I said, my voice barely audible. "This literally isn't possible." We brought the phone downstairs, both of us rattled to the core. I kept thinking maybe it was a different phone. Maybe Dad had bought the same model again and never told us. Maybe this was some elaborate prank. But it wasn't. The wallpaper was the same family photo from our trip to Lake Champlain. His apps were all there. His text messages stopped on the day the phone vanished. When our parents got home, we showed them. Dad went completely pale. That's my old phone," he stammered, taking it from me with visibly shaking hands. "How did you find it?" We told him exactly what happened. The sound, finding it in the empty spot. Mum suggested that maybe it had been stuck somewhere all this time and finally fell out, but that didn't explain the battery still being charged, or why it showed the exact date from 3 years ago, or why it looked absolutely pristine after supposedly being stuck in a wall or floor for over 3 years. Dad spent the whole evening going through the phone, his face getting increasingly troubled. Everything on it was exactly as he'd left it. Nothing had changed. It was as if, for the phone, no time had passed at all. That night, none of us slept well. I kept thinking about what it meant. If the phone could disappear and then reappear years later in the exact same spot, completely unchanged, what else could happen in that spot? What if one of us had somehow fallen into whatever took the phone? The next day, Dad did some experiments. He recorded a video of himself dropping a tennis ball through the empty spot. The ball fell normally, bounced and rolled away. He tried keys, a book, his wallet. Everything just fell through normally. Whatever had happened to the phone seemed to be a one-off event, or so we thought. Over the next few weeks, we all became obsessed with the empty spot again. We researched spatial anomalies, wormholes, time slips, anything that might explain what we'd experienced. Dad even contacted a physicist from the university where he taught, though he framed it as a hypothetical question rather than admitting what had happened in our house. Michael and I started conducting our own experiments. We hung a pendulum through the spot to see if it swung differently. It didn't. We took temperature readings, slightly colder in the spot, but only by about 2 degrees. We even tried photographing it with different cameras, including an old Polaroid Mom had in storage. Nothing showed up unusual in any of the pictures. About a month after the phone reappeared, I was alone in the house studying for finals. Everyone else was out. Mom and Dad at a teacher conference, Michael at a friend's house. I decided to try something I'd been thinking about for days. I went upstairs to the empty spot with my own phone, opened the camera app, and set it to record video. Then I carefully placed it on the floor in the center of the spot, still recording, and backed away. Nothing happened at first. I watched for about 10 minutes, feeling increasingly silly. Just as I was about to give up and grab my phone, I noticed something strange. The recording time on my screen wasn't increasing steadily. It would jump forward a few seconds, then freeze, then jump again. I'd never seen anything like it before. I grabbed my phone quickly, heart racing. The video was still recording, but when I stopped it and played it back, the footage was bizarre. Sections were missing, not like it had been edited, more like time itself had skipped. And in one frame, just for a split second, I swear I saw something that made my blood run cold. A hand. Not my hand, not anyone's hand that I recognized. Just the edge of what looked like long, pale fingers reaching into the frame from above, then vanishing in the next frame. I deleted the video immediately. I know that sounds crazy. It was evidence of something impossible, but in that moment, I was overwhelmed with a sense of having seen something I shouldn't have, something that wasn't meant for me to see. I never told my family about that video. I've never told anyone until now. But ever since that day, I've avoided the empty spot completely. I take the long way around, every single time. Sometimes when I'm alone in the house, I swear I can hear sounds coming from that spot. Soft thumps, like something gently hitting the floor, or faint whispering that doesn't quite sound like voices I know. Dad still has his old phone. He keeps it powered off in a drawer in his office. He says he doesn't want to use it because it doesn't belong in this time frame anymore. But that's how he thinks about it. That the phone spent those 3 years somewhere else, in some other time or dimension, and then was spit back out into our world as if no time had passed for it at all. We still live in that house. We've talked about moving, but somehow we never do. It's like the empty spot has a hold on us, keeping us tethered to it. I'm in my senior year of college now, and I'm counting the days until I graduate and can move away. Michael says he's doing the same. Sometimes I wonder what would happen if one of us stood in that spot long enough. Would we disappear like the phone did? Would we come back unchanged years later? Or would we be lost forever in whatever lies between the seconds, in that place where time doesn't seem to work the same way? I don't know if anyone can explain what happened in our farmhouse. All I know is that there's a spot in our upstairs hallway where reality seems thinner somehow. A place where the rules we all take for granted don't quite apply. And sometimes, late at night, I swear I can feel the whole house humming around that spot, like it's the center of something much bigger than we can comprehend. Dad's phone is proof that something impossible happened. It's still in that drawer, frozen in time from 3 years ago. Sometimes I wonder what else might come back through that spot. What else might have been lost there over the century that house has stood. And sometimes, when I'm trying to fall asleep, I imagine those pale fingers I saw in the video reaching through from somewhere else, trying to grab hold of something or someone to pull back through to wherever they came from. Story 10. I've never told anyone online about what happened that day. I'm still trying to make sense of it myself, honestly. It's been 3 months since the incident, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I've always been skeptical about supernatural stuff, ghosts, psychics, all that. But after what happened to me at that house in Albuquerque, I don't know what to believe anymore. It was a Saturday afternoon in late March. The weather was nice, not too hot yet, with that dry New Mexico air that feels crisp in your lungs. My boyfriend Jake and I had been talking about moving in together after graduation in May. We'd been dating for almost 2 years, and it seemed like the logical next step. His mom, Diane, is a real estate agent, which was convenient because she could show us properties without us having to go through someone else. That particular day, we were supposed to view 3 different houses. The first 2 were fine, nothing special but decent enough. The third one, though, that's where everything changed for me. It was an unassuming single-story house on a quiet street in a neighborhood on the east side of Albuquerque. Nothing remarkable about it from the outside. Beige stucco with a small front yard and a concrete path leading to the front door. I remember there were some desert plants on either side of the entrance. Jake was excited because it was in our price range and had a small backyard where we could maybe get a dog someday. The moment Diane unlocked the front door, something felt off. I can't explain it exactly. It was like walking into a wall of heaviness. The air inside was stale, despite the house having been vacant for a while, according to Diane. Jake and Diane walked in ahead of me, chatting about the open floor plan and the updates that had been made to the kitchen. I followed a few steps behind them, trying to shake this weird feeling that had come over me. My stomach started churning, and I felt a cold sweat break out across my forehead. At first, I thought maybe I was getting sick, or maybe it was something I ate earlier, but this felt different. It was almost like my body was reacting to something my mind hadn't processed yet. Jake noticed I was lagging behind and turned to me. "You okay, Amelia? You look pale." I nodded, not wanting to seem dramatic. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just a little lightheaded." Diane showed us the living room and kitchen, pointing out the new countertops and appliances. Jake was getting excited about the breakfast bar and the space for a dining table. I was trying to pay attention, but I kept feeling this pull toward the back of the house. While they were discussing the water heater or something, I found myself walking down the hallway toward what I assumed was the master bedroom. The pull was getting stronger with each step, like there was an invisible rope tugging me forward. It wasn't scary at that point, just strange, like my body was on autopilot. The master bedroom was empty except for a few wall hooks where pictures must have hung. The carpet was beige, recently vacuumed, with those perfect vacuum lines. There was a sliding glass door that led to the backyard, and the afternoon sun was streaming in, casting a warm glow across the room. But I didn't care about any of that. My eyes were fixed on the corner of the room, between where a bed would go and the bathroom door. I walked over to that spot, my heart pounding in my chest, and stood there. The nausea intensified, and my skin felt like it was crawling with electricity. I don't know how long I stood there before Jake and Diane found me. It could have been seconds or minutes. Time felt warped. "There you are," Jake said, coming up behind me. "What do you think of the master? It's a good size, right?" I couldn't respond. My mouth felt dry, and the words that came out next weren't planned. It was like someone else was speaking through me. "This is where she died," I said, my voice sounding distant even to my own ears. "Right here in this spot. Gertrude. She was having trouble breathing. She clutched her chest and fell right here." Jake laughed, thinking I was joking. "Really, Amelia? Making up ghost stories to get out of liking this place? It's perfect for us, and the rent is within our budget." I turned to look at him, and whatever expression was on my face made his smile fade. "I'm not making this up," I said seriously. "I don't know how I know, but I'm certain. A woman named Gertrude died here, She was old, in her 80s. She had a heart attack right here in this spot. Jake's expression shifted from amusement to concern. He glanced at his mom, who was standing in the doorway with a strange look on her face. "Mom, tell her there's no ghost story with this house, right? You would have to disclose that or something." Diane didn't answer immediately. She was staring at me with wide eyes, her face drained of color. She motioned for Jake to come over to her. They stepped into the hallway, but the house was small enough that I could still hear their hushed conversation. "What? How did she know that?" Diane whispered urgently. "Yes, a woman named Gertrude died recently. She was 87 and had a heart attack in the home, right there in that corner. The report said she was found between the bed and the bathroom door." My knees buckled. I literally felt my legs give out, and I sank to the carpet, right on the spot where I now knew for certain Gertrude had died. I hadn't been told anything about this house's history. I had never even heard the name Gertrude before in my life. There was no way I could have known these details. Jake rushed back into the room and knelt beside me. "Amelia, are you okay? How did you know about the previous owner?" I shook my head, tears welling in my eyes. "I don't know," I whispered. "I really don't know. I just felt it when I walked in. And when I came to this spot, I just knew. I could see it happening, like it was playing out right in front of me." Diane came in too, her realtor composure completely gone. "Amelia, I didn't tell anyone about the previous owner. It's not something we have to disclose legally, since it was a natural death, and it happened 3 months ago. The family is selling the house because no one wanted to move in after she passed, but her name was Gertrude Meyer. She was 87, and she did have a heart attack. The paramedics found her right where you're sitting." A chill ran down my spine so violently that I visibly shuddered. I had never experienced anything like this before. I'd never claimed to be psychic or sensitive or whatever you want to call it. I'd always been pragmatic, logical, the type of person who needed evidence before believing anything. But there was no denying what had just happened. I had somehow accessed information I had no possible way of knowing, and not just vague information, specific details, a name, an age, a cause of death, and an exact location. "I need to get out of here," I said, my voice shaking. Jake helped me to my feet, but my legs were like jelly. The room seemed to spin around me, and the nausea was overwhelming now. "Let's go," Diane said quickly, clearly as freaked out as I was. She put her arm around me to help me walk, and we left the bedroom. As we moved through the house toward the front door, I felt like I was wading through thick syrup. Each step was a struggle, as if the house itself didn't want me to leave. When we finally got outside, I gulped in the fresh air like I'd been drowning. The three of us stood on the front path in silence for a moment, processing what had just happened. "I'm sorry," I finally said, feeling embarrassed despite my terror. "I don't know what came over me in there." Jake squeezed my hand. "Don't apologize. That was intense." Diane was fumbling with her keys, looking unsettled. "Let's just go. We can talk about this in the car." The drive back was mostly silent. I sat in the back seat of Diane's SUV, staring out the window at the Sandia Mountains in the distance, trying to make sense of what had happened. Jake kept turning around from the passenger seat to check on me, his face a mix of concern and fascination. When we got back to my apartment, Diane finally spoke about it. "Amelia, have you ever experienced anything like this before?" I shook my head. "Never. Not even close. I've never believed in psychic stuff or ghosts or anything like that." "Well," she said, her voice careful, "what happened back there was unexplainable. There's no way you could have known those details. I didn't even know them until yesterday when I spoke with the listing agent." We sat in uncomfortable silence for a few more minutes before Jake walked me to my door. He hugged me tightly and whispered, "Whatever that was, it's okay. We'll figure it out together." But I could see in his eyes that he was rattled. Hell, I was rattled. How do you process something like that? How do you go back to normal life after discovering you might have some kind of ability you never knew about and never asked for? That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the moment in my head, trying to understand how I knew those things about Gertrude. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I had overheard something. Maybe Diane had mentioned it earlier and I forgot. Maybe it was just a weird coincidence. But deep down, I knew none of those explanations held water. Something truly unexplainable had happened to me in that house. The next day, I did some research online about psychic experiences and found stories similar to mine. People who suddenly accessed information they couldn't possibly know, often in locations where traumatic events had occurred. Some called it clairsentience or psychometry, the ability to sense or read the energy imprinted on a location or object. I've spent the last 3 months trying to understand what happened that day. I haven't had any similar experiences since, which is both a relief and strangely disappointing. Part of me is terrified of having another episode like that, but another part of me wants confirmation that it wasn't just a one-time fluke. Jake and I are still together, but there's a new awkwardness between us sometimes. I catch him watching me with a mix of curiosity and wariness, like he's waiting for me to have another revelation. We ended up renting a different house, one with no history that Diane knew of. I insisted on that. Diane has been oddly supportive. She's put me in touch with a local parapsychologist who studies these kinds of phenomena, though I haven't worked up the courage to go see her yet. The thing that haunts me most isn't just knowing those details about Gertrude. It's the feeling I had in that moment. For those few minutes, it was like I was connected to her somehow. I could feel her fear and confusion as her heart gave out. I could sense her final thoughts about how she didn't want to die alone in that room. I never believed in any of this stuff before. Part of me still doesn't want to. But after what happened in that house in Albuquerque, I can't deny that there are things in this world that defy conventional explanation. I don't know if I'll ever have another experience like that one, or if I'll ever understand what happened to me that day. All I know is that when I stood in that corner of that empty bedroom, something extraordinary and terrifying happened, and I've never been the same since. Story 11. I've never told this to anyone outside my closest friends because I know how crazy it sounds. I'm not the type who believes in ghosts or spirits or whatever, but what happened that day in San Antonio completely changed my perspective on everything. This all went down about 3 years ago. My boyfriend Jerry and I had just gotten back together after a pretty rough patch. Things were looking up, and I was trying to put in extra effort to make our relationship work. So when he asked if I'd help clean his brother's newly purchased house while they were on their honeymoon, I agreed without hesitation. The house was in an older neighborhood in San Antonio, not ancient or anything, but definitely built in the 70s or 80s. It had that typical Texas suburban look with tan brick exterior and a modest front yard. Nothing about it screamed haunted or stay away. It was just a normal house that needed some cleaning. We'd been working on the place for a couple days already, doing basic stuff like dusting, vacuuming, and organizing. Jerry's brother and his wife had bought the place fully furnished from an elderly couple who'd moved to a retirement community. So there was a lot of old furniture and random stuff that needed sorting. The previous owners had left in a hurry and hadn't taken everything with them. On this particular evening, the one I can't forget no matter how hard I try, Jerry had gone out to grab some pizza for dinner while I stayed behind to finish washing dishes. The kitchen was honestly kind of nice, with these terracotta tiles and wooden cabinets. I remember having my phone propped up against the backsplash playing music while I scrubbed at some stubborn pans. I was just getting into a rhythm with the cleaning when my music suddenly cut off. At first, I figured my phone had died, but when I checked, it still had about 70% battery. I tried restarting the music app, but nothing happened. No big deal, I thought, just a glitch. I set the phone down and continued washing. That's when I felt it, this weird heaviness in the air, like the pressure had suddenly changed. You know that feeling right before a massive thunderstorm hits? It was like that, but inside the house. My ears even popped slightly. I remember thinking it was strange since the weather had been perfectly clear all day. I was drying my hands on a dish towel when I caught movement in my peripheral vision. Just a quick shadow passing by the hallway archway across from the kitchen. I assumed Jerry had come back, though I hadn't heard the front door open. "Jerry!" I called out, stepping away from the sink. No answer. I walked toward the hallway, still thinking it might be him trying to surprise me or something. As I approached the archway, I saw it again, a shadow moving along the wall. But this time I could make out more details. It wasn't Jerry. It was the silhouette of a woman with long black hair, wearing what looked like a long dress or nightgown. My first thought was that someone had broken in, which sent a surge of adrenaline through my body. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911, but something stopped me. The way the figure moved wasn't normal. It was too fluid, almost like she was gliding instead of walking. Logic told me to run out the front door and wait for Jerry in the car. That would have been the smart thing to do. Instead, I followed her. To this day, I can't explain why I did that. It was like I was drawn forward by some force I couldn't resist, or maybe just stupid curiosity. The figure turned into the guest bedroom, the smallest bedroom in the house with no windows. I remember every detail of walking down that hallway. The beige carpet felt spongy under my feet. The walls were painted a faded yellow that looked almost sickly in the dim light. Family photos of the newlyweds hung on the walls. But in that moment, all the faces looked wrong somehow, too dark, too blurry. When I reached the bedroom doorway, everything changed. I literally couldn't move. Not like I was afraid to move, though I was terrified, but like my body had completely frozen. My feet felt fused to the carpet. My arms hung uselessly at my sides. I couldn't even turn my head, but I could see her. In the corner of the room, partially hidden by shadows, stood a woman. She wasn't fully solid. I could see the outline of the dresser behind her, but she wasn't transparent either. Her hair was exactly as I'd glimpsed earlier, long, black, and hanging loosely around her shoulders. Her dress was old-fashioned, dark-colored, reaching to the floor. But her face is what still gives me nightmares. It was distorted, like someone had taken a normal face and stretched it slightly too long. Her eyes were completely black, not just dark, but absent of any white or color, and she was staring directly at me with this expression of pure hatred. I tried to scream. I tried to run. I couldn't do either. My throat felt like it was being squeezed by invisible hands. My entire body was locked in place, forced to stare at this thing that clearly wasn't human. I don't know how long I stood there. Time seemed meaningless. It could have been minutes or hours. All I know is I heard Jerry's voice calling my name from somewhere in the house, and I couldn't even respond. I wanted to scream to him for help, but no sound would come out. "Abe, where are you? I got the pizza." His voice sounded so normal, so everyday, like nothing was wrong. Meanwhile, I was trapped in some nightmare, unable to move or call for help. That's when it happened. The metal accordion closet doors, you know, those old sliding ones that fold like an accordion, began to shake violently. The rattling sound was deafening in the otherwise silent room. And then the woman, the thing, opened her mouth impossibly wide and let out a scream that didn't sound remotely human. It was high-pitched and layered, like multiple screams happening at once. She rushed toward me, not walking, not running, but moving like a video glitch, jerky, too fast, then suddenly slow, then fast again. Her face contorted even more, stretching wider than any human face could. In that moment, I was absolutely certain I was about to die. Then suddenly I felt arms around me, lifting me physically away from the doorway. Jerry. He'd found me and literally picked me up, carrying me back to the living room where he set me down on the couch. My body started working again. I could move, I could breathe, but I was shaking uncontrollably. The thing that haunts me isn't just what I saw. It's what Jerry said next. He looked at me with this expression that wasn't nearly surprised enough and asked, "Why did you follow her? You know not to follow them." Not what happened or are you okay, but why did you follow her? Like he knew. Like this was something he expected might happen. Before I could even process that, he reached into his backpack and pulled out a small spray bottle that I'd never seen before. He started spraying it around me in the room. The smell of sage filled the air. "What is that? What are you doing?" I managed to ask between gasps. "Sage spray. It helps clear negative energy," he said casually, like this was perfectly normal. "My brother mentioned the previous owners said something about the house having issues." Issues? I was still trembling, clutching a throw pillow against my chest. "That wasn't an issue, Jerry. That was something. I don't even know what that was." He sat down next to me, looking uncomfortable but not shocked. The old woman who lived here before had mentioned to my brother that there was sometimes a presence in the guest room. She thought it was her sister who had died in the house years earlier. My brother didn't believe it and didn't think it was worth mentioning. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "So you knew there was something in this house and you didn't tell me? You let me stay here alone?" "I didn't think it was real, Abe. People say stuff like that about old houses all the time. I thought she was just a superstitious old lady." But he had sage spray ready. He knew enough to come prepared with something to clear negative energy. That detail still bothers me when I think about it. We left that night. I refused to stay another minute in that house, and Jerry didn't argue. We got a hotel room, and I didn't sleep at all. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face, that horrible, stretched face with black eyes. Jerry's brother and his wife came back from their honeymoon a few days later. When Jerry told them what happened, a watered-down version that made me sound hysterical, his brother just laughed it off. They've been living in that house for 3 years now and claim they've never experienced anything strange. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, if maybe I was just exhausted and my mind played tricks on me. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I know that Jerry's reaction wasn't normal. The worst part, though, the part that makes this not just a scary memory but an ongoing nightmare. About a year after the incident, Jerry and I had broken up for good, and I'd moved to a completely different city. I was renting a small apartment in a modern building, no history, no previous owners, nothing that could possibly connect it to that house in San Antonio. One night I was up late working on my laptop. Out of nowhere, my music stopped playing. My laptop battery was fine. I restarted the music app, but it wouldn't play. And then I felt it again. That pressure change, that heaviness in the air. I saw a shadow pass by my bedroom door, a woman with long black hair wearing a long dress. I didn't follow her this time. I grabbed my keys and ran out of my apartment, spent the night in my car, and moved out the very next day. Whatever that thing was in San Antonio, it wasn't attached to the house. Somehow, it had attached itself to me. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone, my music will suddenly stop playing. I've learned to leave immediately when that happens. I don't know what that thing wants. I don't know why it followed me. And I don't know how to make it stop. All I know is that it's real. It's still out there, and for some reason, it has chosen me. I haven't seen Jerry in years, but his words still echo in my head. You know not to follow them. Like there are rules to this stuff. Like he knew what he was talking about. I wish I'd asked him more questions. I wish I knew what I was dealing with. Because 3 years later, I still feel watched. I still feel hunted. And sometimes when I'm washing dishes or just going about my day, I catch a glimpse of long black hair and a dark dress in the corner of my eye, and I freeze, terrified that this time she'll do more than just scream. Story 12. The first incident happened when I was 10. It was mid-October, and the weather was just starting to get cold. Mom had mentioned we should clean the chimney before using the fireplace for the season. Dad was out in the fields that day, and Mom was grocery shopping in town, so I figured I'd surprise them by getting a head start on the chimney cleaning. Our fireplace was old, a big stone thing with a massive hearth that had been there since the house was built. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer and shined it up the chimney. At first it was just what you'd expect, soot, cobwebs, the usual stuff, but then I noticed something wedged in a small gap between the stones, maybe about 3 feet up from the opening. It looked like a little bag or something. I stood on the grate and reached up. My fingers brushed against it. It felt like rough fabric, kind of like burlap. It was stuck pretty good, so I had to really push my arm in there to get a grip on it. I remember thinking how cool it would be if it was some hidden treasure or something left by previous owners. That's when it happened. Just as my fingers closed around the bag, something grabbed my wrist. Hard. It wasn't like getting caught on a nail or a sharp stone. It was a grip, like fingers wrapped completely around my wrist. It was ice cold and squeezed so tight I couldn't pull away. I screamed and jerked backward, nearly falling off the grate. Whatever had hold of me let go suddenly, and I tumbled back onto the hearth, scraping my elbow on the stone. I scrambled away from the fireplace, but realized I was still clutching the bag in my hand. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I sat there on the living room floor for what felt like forever, staring at the fireplace, terrified that something was going to come crawling out. Nothing did. When I finally caught my breath, I looked down at my wrist. There were bruises forming, not random marks, but distinct fingerprints circling my entire wrist. 4 fingers and a thumb, perfectly spaced, like someone with a really strong grip had grabbed me. The bruises were already turning dark purple. I almost threw the bag away without looking, but curiosity got the better of me. With shaking hands, I untied the small knot at the top of the burlap sack. Inside were teeth, human teeth. Not just a couple, but at least 20 of them. Some were yellowed with age, others looked almost new. Some had dried blood or tissue still attached to the roots. I dropped the bag and ran outside. I stayed in the yard until my parents came home. When they did, I told them everything. Dad went to check the chimney but found nothing unusual. No crevice where the bag could have been stuck. No signs of anything living in there. The bag with the teeth sat on our kitchen table while Mom examined my bruised wrist. They called the sheriff, who took the teeth and filed a report, but nothing ever came of it. He suggested the teeth might have belonged to the previous owner, who had been a dentist in the 1940s, but that didn't explain the grip on my wrist or the fresh-looking teeth. For weeks, I refused to go near the fireplace. We never used it again that winter. My parents offered to move, but we couldn't afford it, so instead, Dad sealed up the chimney with bricks and installed a wood stove in the kitchen for heat. I had mostly put that incident behind me by the time I was 16. I convinced myself it was just my imagination, that I'd gotten the bruises from scraping against the stone inside the chimney, that the teeth had a rational explanation. But then the second incident happened, and it shattered any doubts I had about what I'd experienced as a kid. It was November, the first weekend of deer hunting season. My best friend Jake and I had been looking forward to it all year. We'd both gotten our hunting licenses, and my dad let us use his land for the hunt. We went out before dawn, setting up positions on opposite sides of a cornfield that had recently been harvested. The plan was to wait for the deer that often crossed through there at dawn. The sun was just coming up when it happened. I was sitting in my hunting blind, a simple structure of plywood and branches Dad and I had built the weekend before. I had a clear view across the field to where Jake was positioned, about 300 yards away. The corn stubble left from harvest covered the ground between us. I noticed something odd in my peripheral vision, something hovering above the middle of the field. At first, I thought it was just early morning fog, or maybe the heat from the rising sun creating some kind of mirage. But when I looked directly at it, I realized it was something else entirely. The best way I can describe it is like the camouflage effect from that movie Predator. a kind of heat wave distortion in the air, but with defined edges. It was hovering about 10 feet above the cornfield, not moving like fogwood, but staying in one place despite the light breeze. It wasn't fully transparent, but I couldn't tell you what color it was either. It was just wrong, like looking at a glitch in reality. I froze, my rifle forgotten in my hands. As I stared, the air around this thing started to change. The moisture in the morning air began to condense around it, forming visible water droplets that hung in the air for a second before falling to the corn stalks below. I could actually hear the droplets hitting the dried corn husks, a soft pattering sound like the beginning of a rainstorm, except it was only happening in a circle maybe 15 feet in diameter directly below this thing. I don't know how long I sat there watching it. Time seemed to stretch out. I remember thinking I should call out to Jake, but I was afraid to make any noise. Eventually I managed to raise my binoculars to get a better look. Through the binoculars, I could see that the distortion was actually pulsing slightly, expanding and contracting like it was breathing. The water droplets forming around it weren't falling straight down either. They moved in spirals, as if being pulled into a slow vortex centered on the thing. I lowered the binoculars and glanced toward Jake's position. He was standing up in his blind now, also staring at the thing, so I knew it wasn't just in my head. He could see it too. Suddenly, the distortion shifted. It didn't move like any animal or machine would. It didn't travel through the space between its original position and its new one. It just was suddenly closer to me, about 50 yards closer. No movement, just a change in position, like someone had cut and pasted it in a photo editing program. My heart nearly stopped. I ducked down in my blind, peeking over the edge. The thing shifted again, this time toward Jake's position. The condensation effect intensified. Now it was like a localized rainstorm beneath it. Water droplets falling so heavily they were creating mud in the dry field. I heard Jake shout something, but his voice sounded wrong, stretched out and distorted, like a tape playing at the wrong speed. I risked raising my head again to see him backing away from his blind. His rifle pointed at the thing. Then Jake fired. The gunshot cracked across the field, but instead of the sound dissipating like normal, it seemed to get sucked into the distortion. The entity, because I knew by then it was something alive or at least conscious, pulsed violently. The air around it rippled like a stone thrown into a pond, and the condensation stopped instantly. For one horrible moment, I felt like it was aware of us, truly aware, like it had been alerted to our presence by Jake's shot. The distortion twisted in on itself, becoming more defined. I still couldn't see what it actually looked like, but I had the overwhelming sense that it was looking back at me, studying me. Then everything went crazy. The temperature dropped so fast, my breath instantly fogged in front of my face. The corn stubble under the entity frosted over in seconds. The distortion expanded rapidly, and I swear I could hear something like the static between radio stations, but with patterns in it, almost like language. I grabbed my rifle and ran. I didn't look back, didn't check on Jake, just ran as fast as I could toward the farmhouse. I heard Jake yelling behind me, so I knew he was running too. We made it to the house at the same time, both of us gasping and terrified. We tried to tell my dad what we'd seen, but he thought we were making it up. When we insisted, he grabbed his own rifle and walked out to the field with us. By then, the thing was gone. But the evidence wasn't. There was a perfect circle in the middle of the field where frost covered the ground and corn stalks. In November in Nebraska, frost isn't unusual, but a perfect circle of it is. And in the center of that circle, the ground was completely dry, while the rest of the field was muddy from the water that had condensed and fallen. Dad took soil samples and even called a buddy of his who worked at the university to come look at it. They found nothing conclusive, just that the moisture content of the soil inside the circle was dramatically different from outside it, and there were some unusual electromagnetic readings that they couldn't explain. Jake and I talked about it for weeks afterward, trying to make sense of what we'd seen. We agreed on the details, the distortion, the condensation, the way it moved by shifting position rather than traveling through space. But we couldn't agree on its size or shape. It was like our brains couldn't process what we were seeing, so we each filled in the gaps differently. I've spent years researching, trying to find anything similar to what we experienced. I've read about ball lightning, temperature inversions, even UFOs, though I've never been a believer in aliens. Nothing fits exactly. The closest explanations I've found are in theoretical physics, ideas about higher dimensional objects intersecting with our three-dimensional space. But that's just academic speculation, not an explanation for what happened to us. The bruises on my wrist from the chimney incident faded after a couple of weeks. The teeth were kept as evidence by the sheriff's department, but eventually returned to us when they closed the case. My parents buried them in the cemetery, figuring that was the respectful thing to do, even if we didn't know who they belonged to. I'm 32 now, living in Omaha, as far from that farmhouse as I could get while still being able to visit my parents regularly. Jake moved to California after high school and rarely comes back. We don't talk about what happened anymore, but sometimes, when the air gets heavy before a storm, I catch myself looking for distortions in the sky. And on cold nights, I still sleep with my arms tucked safely under the blankets, where nothing can grab my wrist. Story 13. I've never told anyone outside our family about this. Even now, my hands are shaking as I type this out. I guess I'm hoping someone here has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not losing my mind. This happened about 7 months ago. We live in a pretty normal neighborhood in suburban Portland. You know, the kind with decent schools and where people actually know their neighbors. Nothing weird or supernatural had ever happened in our house before. We're not the type of family that believes in ghosts or anything like that. My husband Miguel and I have always been practical people. Our son Daniel had just turned 14, and he still is your typical teenager. Spends too much time gaming, leaves his socks everywhere, and sleeps until noon on weekends if we let him. It was a Tuesday morning in March, one of those grey, drizzly Portland days where the moisture just hangs in the air. Miguel had an early meeting, so he'd already left for work. Daniel had to be at school by 8:15, but he's always been a heavy sleeper, so I was giving him a few more minutes before the second wake-up call. I was in the kitchen washing breakfast dishes. Just normal mum stuff, nothing special. The house was quiet, except for the sound of running water and the occasional car driving by outside. Our kitten, Luna, was batting around a piece of crumpled paper near my feet. That's when I first heard it. The unmistakable sound of someone running down our hallway. Quick, light footsteps, the kind Daniel makes when he's in a hurry. I could actually feel the slight vibration in the floor. You know how you can just sense when someone is moving around in your house? I smiled, thinking Daniel had finally gotten up on his own. "Morning, sleepyhead," I called out, not turning around from the sink. "There's cereal on the counter." No answer, but I heard more movement from the living room. The distinct creak of our old couch as someone sat down, then the TV remote sliding across the coffee table. "Daniel, no TV before school," I said, drying my hands and turning around. "You know the rule." The living room was empty. I stood there for a second, confused. I was so sure I'd heard him. The remote was in a different position, though, moved from where it had been earlier. "Daniel," I called out, walking toward the hallway. "Are you hiding or something?" Silence. I checked behind the couch, thinking maybe he was playing some kind of game. Nothing. Checked the downstairs bathroom. Empty. The vibrations in the floor had stopped, but I was absolutely positive I'd heard and felt someone moving around. "Daniel, we don't have time for games. You're going to be late," I called up the stairs. No response. Now slightly annoyed, I headed upstairs. The door to Daniel's room was still closed. I knocked twice, then opened it. And there he was, completely passed out in bed, exactly as I'd left him earlier. Still in the same position, one arm hanging off the side of the mattress, blanket half on the floor. The curtains were drawn, and the room was dark and completely silent except for his breathing. I felt a cold sensation wash over me. Maybe I'd imagined the sounds, but the remote had definitely moved, and I know what I felt. I'm not someone who gets spooked easily, but standing there in Daniel's doorway, looking at him obviously asleep while knowing I'd just heard someone downstairs. It made me feel like I couldn't breathe properly. I woke him up, probably more abruptly than I needed to, and watched him stumble to the bathroom. I kept telling myself I must have imagined it. Maybe Luna had jumped on the couch and moved the remote. Maybe the house was settling. Old houses make weird noises, right? The rest of the morning went normally. Daniel complained about his math test. I reminded him about soccer practice, and he finally left for school right on time. I had a few hours before I needed to head to my shift at the dental office where I work as a receptionist, so I decided to catch up on laundry and try to forget about the weird morning incident. Around 10 a.m., Miguel called to say he was taking Daniel to the orthodontist after school, which meant I'd have the house to myself when I got home from work. Normal conversation, normal day. By the time I was getting ready for work, I'd almost convinced myself I'd been half asleep and had just imagined the whole thing. I was in our bedroom putting on mascara when Luna darted in, chasing a ball of yarn she'd stolen from my knitting basket. She batted it under the bed, then ran back out into the hallway. I heard her little paws scampering down the stairs, and I smiled. She's only 6 months old, and everything is still a game to her. I finished my makeup and headed downstairs to find my shoes. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I heard the distinct sound of a spoon clinking against a ceramic bowl coming from our dining room. My first thought was that Miguel had come home for some reason. "Hey, did you forget something?" I called out, walking toward the dining room. I stepped into the doorway and froze. Daniel was sitting at the dining table, eating a bowl of cereal. His dark hair was hanging down, partly covering his face, but I could see he was wearing his favorite blue hoodie with the skateboard logo on the back, the same one he'd put on that morning before school. For a split second, I didn't think anything of it. Then reality hit me like a truck. Daniel had left for school 2 hours ago, with Miguel. I'd watched him walk out the front door. I'd waved goodbye from the porch. "Daniel," I said, my voice barely a whisper. He didn't look up or respond, just kept eating, the spoon moving from bowl to mouth in a steady rhythm. His face was partially obscured by his hair, but I could see enough to know it was him, his profile, his posture, the way his left foot always taps against the chair leg when he's sitting. I took a step closer, and that's when I noticed something odd. Though I could hear the spoon clinking and see the movement, I couldn't actually see any cereal in the bowl. It looked empty. "Daniel," I said louder this time, "what are you doing home? Did Dad drop you off?" No response. Just that steady motion of the spoon from empty bowl to mouth and back again. I felt my heart pounding in my chest. Something was very wrong. I took another step forward, now only about 5 feet away from the table. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "look at me." When he didn't respond, I reached out to touch his shoulder. The moment before my fingers made contact, he jerked his head up. I stumbled backward, knocking into the wall. It was Daniel's face, but wrong. His features were all there. The same brown eyes, the same small scar on his chin from when he fell off his bike at age 7, but they were somehow flat, like a photograph that had been slightly smudged. For a few terrible seconds, we just stared at each other. Then his mouth opened, wider than should be physically possible. No sound came out. I screamed and ran. I don't remember making the decision to move. My body just took over. I ran to the front door, fumbled with the lock with shaking hands, and burst outside onto the porch. I stood there gasping for air, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might crack my ribs. Several minutes passed before I could think clearly enough to pull out my phone. I called Miguel, my fingers still trembling. "Hey, what's up?" he answered, sounding completely normal. "Is Daniel with you?" I demanded, not bothering with hello. "What? No, he's at school. I'm at work. Are you okay? You sound weird. You didn't pick him up early or anything?" "No. Why would I do that?" "Lisa, what's going on?" I couldn't bring myself to explain. How could I tell my husband I'd just seen our son sitting at our dining table when he was supposed to be in school miles away? "Nothing," I lied. "I just thought I heard something in his room. It's fine. Probably just Luna knocking something over." "Okay." Miguel sounded confused and concerned. No, I'm heading to work now anyway. I'll see you tonight." I hung up and stared at our front door. I needed to go back inside to get my purse and car keys. The thought made my stomach turn. After 5 more minutes of standing on the porch like an idiot, I forced myself to go back in. I pushed the door open slowly, half expecting to see Daniel, or whatever looked like Daniel, standing there. But the entryway was empty. I could see into the dining room from where I stood, and it was empty too. No sign of anyone. I grabbed my stuff as quickly as possible and left for work, not even bothering to lock the door behind me. I was that desperate to get away. The whole day at work, I couldn't focus. I kept checking my phone, half expecting to see a message from Miguel saying something was wrong with Daniel, but nothing came. Just normal texts about dinner plans and a reminder about Daniel's soccer game that weekend. When I got home that evening, Miguel and Daniel were already there, arguing about homework versus video game time. Completely normal. Daniel looked exactly like himself, acted exactly like himself. When I hugged him, probably too tightly based on his "Mom, you're being weird" comment, he felt solid and real and warm. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing. Maybe I was more tired than I realized. Maybe it was some kind of waking dream. But then it happened again 2 days later. I was home alone, folding laundry in our bedroom. Miguel had taken Daniel to soccer practice. The house was quiet, except for the soft sound of rain against the windows. I heard footsteps on the stairs. Slow, deliberate steps that I instantly recognized as Daniel's trying to be quiet walk. The specific creak of the 4th step from the top that always gives him away when he's sneaking in past curfew. I looked at the clock. They'd only left 20 minutes ago. Practice didn't end for another hour and a half. "Daniel," I called out. "Did practice get cancelled?" No answer, but the footsteps continued down the hall. Then I heard his bedroom door open. My hands were shaking as I set down the t-shirt I'd been folding. I picked up my phone and called Miguel. "Hey, what's up?" he answered, and I could hear the ambient noise of the car in the background. "Is Daniel with you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Yeah, we're on our way to practice. Why?" I could hear Daniel in the background asking who Miguel was talking to. "No reason," I said quickly. "Just checking what time you'll be home." After hanging up, I stood frozen in my bedroom listening. There was movement in Daniel's room, drawers opening and closing, the familiar squeak of his desk chair. Something that looked exactly like my son was in his bedroom, while my actual son was in the car with his father. I wish I could say I was brave enough to go check, but I wasn't. I grabbed my keys and left, driving around aimlessly until I was sure Miguel and Daniel would be home. Over the next few weeks, it happened several more times, always when Daniel was definitely somewhere else, at school, at a friend's house, out with Miguel. I'd hear him, or sometimes catch a glimpse of him from the corner of my eye. Once, I saw him sitting on the living room floor, playing video games, his back to me, controller in hand. I could hear the game sounds and everything. I backed away slowly and called Miguel, who confirmed Daniel was with him at the hardware store. I started finding little things moved around. Daniel's school notebooks open on his desk when they should have been in his backpack at school. his favorite mug in the sink with chocolate milk residue when he hadn't been home all day, his bedroom light on when no one had been upstairs. I didn't tell Miguel or Daniel. What would I say? Hey, I keep seeing Daniel's doppelganger around the house. They'd think I was losing my mind. Sometimes I thought maybe I was. Then came that day in April that I still can't fully explain. It was a Saturday, and Daniel had a soccer tournament about an hour away. Miguel took him early that morning, and they wouldn't be back until evening. I had the house to myself all day, which normally I would have enjoyed. I was determined not to let the, whatever it was, ruin my day off. I made coffee, put on some music, and started deep cleaning the kitchen. Around noon, I heard the front door open and close. My blood ran cold. I knew I'd locked it. "Hello," I called out, gripping the kitchen counter so hard my knuckles turned white. Footsteps in the entryway. Then Daniel walked into the kitchen. But not Daniel. The Daniel thing. He looked exactly like my son. Same height, same build, same clothes Daniel had been wearing that morning before the tournament. But his movements were slightly off, like someone doing a very good impression of my son, but not quite getting it right. "What do you want?" I asked, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. He tilted his head, looking at me with an expression I've never seen on my real son's face. Like curiosity mixed with something else I couldn't identify. "I asked what you want," I repeated, louder this time. The Daniel thing smiled. Not Daniel's smile. Too wide, too many teeth. Then it spoke, and God, I wish it hadn't, because it sounded exactly like Daniel, but with an echo, as if two voices were speaking in perfect unison. "I live here," it said. I grabbed my phone from the counter, never taking my eyes off the thing. "No, you don't. My son lives here, and you're not him." It took a step toward me. I took a step back. "I am Daniel," it said, still with that terrible smile. "No, you're not." I had my phone up now, camera open. "My real son is with his father right now." I took a picture. The flash went off. The Daniel thing flinched, its face contorting into an expression of pain or anger. I couldn't tell which. For a split second, its features seemed to blur like a TV with poor reception. Then it lunged at me. I screamed and dropped my phone, backing away until I hit the wall. The thing stopped just a foot away from me, its face inches from mine. This close, I could see the differences more clearly. Its eyes weren't quite the right color, darker, with no reflection of light. Its skin had a grayish undertone that my son's warm complexion doesn't have. "Get out," I whispered. "Get out of my house." It leaned even closer. I could feel its breath on my face, cold, not warm like a human's should be. "I belong here," it whispered back. Then the strangest thing happened. Luna, our kitten, came trotting into the kitchen. She saw the Daniel thing and immediately arched her back, fur standing on end. She hissed, a sound I'd never heard her make before, and then lunged forward, swiping at the thing's leg with her claws. The Daniel thing jerked away from me, looking down at Luna with what I can only describe as fear. It backed away, moving toward the hallway. Luna followed, still hissing and spitting. The thing moved faster, almost stumbling in its haste to get away. It reached the front door, fumbled with the lock, and then was gone, running down our front path and disappearing around the corner of our street. I collapsed on the floor, shaking uncontrollably. Luna came back to me, perfectly calm now, and rubbed against my leg like nothing had happened. When Miguel and Daniel came home that evening, I couldn't bring myself to tell them. How could I explain what I'd seen? What I'd been seeing for weeks? They'd either think I was crazy or be terrified to stay in the house. I couldn't do that to them. Instead, I checked the picture I'd taken on my phone. It showed our kitchen empty. No Daniel thing, just our refrigerator and the wall behind where it had been standing. I didn't sleep that night, or much for several nights after. I kept expecting to see it again, in the hallway, in Daniel's room, sitting at our table. but it never came back. Whatever it was, Luna had scared it away. We still live in the same house. Daniel is still the same normal, annoying, wonderful teenager. Miguel still has no idea what happened. I've never seen the Daniel thing again. But sometimes when I'm home alone, I hear footsteps on the stairs. Sometimes objects move when no one has touched them. And sometimes, just sometimes, I catch a glimpse of movement from the corner of my eye. A familiar silhouette that shouldn't be there. I keep Luna close, and I never, ever turn my back on empty rooms. Story 14. I've been hesitating to write this down for years. Part of me still feels like I'm just being ridiculous, that what happened when I was 12 was just my imagination running wild. But I swear on everything that matters to me, what I experienced in my childhood home in Newcastle was real. I know what I heard. I know what I saw. I grew up in a pretty normal semi-detached house in Gosforth. It wasn't particularly old or creepy, just a regular 1970s build with 3 bedrooms upstairs. My parents had the master bedroom, my older sister had her own room, and I had the smallest one at the end of the hallway. My dad had built me a bunk bed with a desk underneath, so I'd have more space to play with my Game Boy and do homework. The first time it happened, I was lying in bed playing Pokemon on my Game Boy Advance SP, the backlit version that let you play in the dark. It was about 9:30 p.m., and I was supposed to be asleep, but I was trying to catch a Snorlax I'd been hunting for ages. My parents thought I was asleep. They were downstairs watching EastEnders. I could hear the theme tune faintly through the floorboards. I was lying on my side, facing the wall, completely absorbed in my game when I heard it. Breathing. Not my own. Another person's breathing, slow and deliberate, right behind my head. At first, I thought it might be one of my parents checking on me, so I quickly shoved my Game Boy under my pillow and rolled over, expecting to see my mum or dad standing there. But there was nobody. Just my empty room with the glow-in-the-dark star stickers on the ceiling and my clothes draped over my desk chair. Yet the breathing continued. It sounded like it was coming from the foot of my bed now, like someone was standing there, just breathing, in, out, not menacing or aggressive, just there. I froze. My heart started hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. The breathing continued for maybe 20 seconds, though it felt like hours. Then it stopped. I waited until I couldn't bear it anymore, then scrambled down the bunk bed ladder, threw open my door, and shot down the hallway to my parents' room. I didn't even bother to knock. I just burst in and told them someone was in my room. My dad checked, of course. He looked under the bed, in the wardrobe, behind the curtains. Nothing. My mum sat me down and told me it was just my imagination, that I'd probably fallen half asleep and dreamed it. But I heard breathing, Mum. Someone was breathing right next to me. She gave me that look parents give when they're trying to be patient. Ghosts don't breathe, Will. You need to stop reading those Goosebumps books before bed. That night, I slept on their bedroom floor. The next morning, everything seemed normal again, and I convinced myself my mum was right. Maybe I had dreamed it. But it happened again about a week later. Same scenario. Me in bed. The breathing starting somewhere close to my head. This time, I didn't wait. I bolted straight to my parents' room and slept on their floor again. My dad was getting annoyed now. My mum suggested I was just hearing the house settle, or maybe the wind in the gutters. But I knew what I'd heard. After the third time, they stopped letting me sleep in their room. "You're 12 years old, William," my dad said. "Too old to be running to Mummy and Daddy because you heard a scary noise." So I started sleeping with my desk lamp on. The breathing incident seemed to happen less when the light was on, though sometimes I'd still hear it faintly, as if whatever was making the sound had moved further away, perhaps to the corner of my room. Then came that Saturday in November, the day I can never forget, no matter how much I tried to convince myself it didn't happen. It was raining heavily outside, that constant dreary rain that Newcastle gets in autumn. I was stuck indoors, bored out of my mind. My sister was at a friend's house, and my parents were both home. Dad watching football on the telly, Mum cooking something for dinner. I was in my room, trying to build a Lego Star Wars set I'd saved up for. Around midday, I needed to use the toilet, so I stepped out into the hallway. That's when I noticed it. The loft hatch was open, not wide open, just slightly ajar, with a thin sliver of darkness visible around the edges. Our loft hatch was in the ceiling of the hallway, right outside my bedroom door. It was one of those wooden panels that you push up and slide to the side. We rarely used it. It mainly held Christmas decorations and old photo albums. My dad would get the stepladder out maybe once or twice a year to go up there. I stood there for a moment, looking up at it, wondering why it would be open. Then I saw something that made my blood run cold. There was a face looking down at me through the gap. It wasn't clear, just the suggestion of eyes and the outline of a head peering down from the darkness of the loft. I could only see it for a split second before it pulled back into the shadows. I didn't panic immediately because I assumed it was my dad. He must have gone up to get something while I was engrossed in my Lego building. "Dad," I called out, "what are you doing up there?" No answer. I went to the top of the stairs and called down, "Dad, are you in the loft?" Then I heard his voice from downstairs. "What's that, son?" A wave of confusion hit me. If Dad was downstairs, then who? I walked halfway down the stairs and saw my dad sprawled on the sofa, watching Man United play. The match was in full swing, and he had a can of beer in his hand. "Did you just go up in the loft?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "No, why would I? Been here for the last hour." He didn't even look away from the TV. "Is Mum upstairs?" "She's in the kitchen making a stew. What's going on?" I mumbled something about nothing and went to the kitchen. Sure enough, there was Mum, chopping vegetables. My heart was pounding now. I went back upstairs, moving slowly, quietly. When I reached the top of the stairs, I looked up at the loft hatch again. It was closed, completely closed, as if it had never been open at all. I stood there, frozen, staring up at it. I must have imagined it, right? But I knew I hadn't. I'd seen the hatch open. I'd seen someone, something looking down at me. I went back to my room and closed the door, pushing my toy box in front of it. I sat on my bed, knees pulled up to my chest, staring at the door. Who had been in our loft? What had been looking at me? The rest of the day passed in a blur of anxiety. I stayed in my room, only coming out for dinner, keeping a wary eye on the loft hatch every time I passed beneath it. I didn't tell my parents what I'd seen. They already thought I was being silly about the breathing. They'd never believed this. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in my bunk bed staring at the ceiling, listening for any sound, any movement. The house was quiet except for the occasional creak of the heating pipes and the distant sound of cars passing on the wet road outside. Around 2 a.m., I heard a soft thud from the hallway, like something heavy being placed on the floor. Then footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving past my door. I held my breath, clutching my duvet up to my chin. The footsteps stopped right outside my room. There was a long pause, and then my door handle started to turn, slowly, quietly. I'd locked it before going to bed, something I'd never done before that night. The handle turned all the way down, then up again, as if whoever was on the other side was checking if it was locked. Then came the breathing, the same breathing I'd heard before, but louder now, right on the other side of my door. In, out, slow and calm. I couldn't move. I couldn't even scream. I just lay there, paralyzed with fear, as whatever it was stood outside my door, breathing and occasionally trying the handle again. This went on for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. I heard footsteps moving away, back toward the loft hatch. There was a soft scraping sound, the sound of the hatch being slid open, and then silence. I didn't sleep at all that night. When morning finally came, I waited until I heard my parents moving around before I unlocked my door and ventured out. The loft hatch was closed, just as it should be. At breakfast, I tried to casually ask my parents if they'd heard any strange noises during the night. "Like what?" my dad asked, not looking up from his newspaper. "I don't know. Like someone walking around or opening doors." My mum frowned. "Did you have another bad dream, Will?" "No, I thought I heard someone trying my door handle." My dad lowered his paper. "Were you sleepwalking again? You used to do that when you were little." "I wasn't sleepwalking. I was in bed the whole time." My mum sighed. "Well, no one was trying your door, love. Maybe it was the wind making the house creak. But there hadn't been any wind last night, just rain. After breakfast, while my parents were busy, I dragged the stepladder from the cupboard under the stairs and set it up under the loft hatch. I needed to see what was up there, even though the thought terrified me. I climbed up, my legs shaking, and pushed against the hatch. It moved easily, sliding to the side. Cold air rushed down from the opening, making me shiver. I poked my head up into the loft, half expecting to see someone or something staring back at me. But there was nothing unusual, just boxes of Christmas decorations, old suitcases and dust, lots of dust. I pulled myself up a bit further to get a better look. That's when I noticed something odd. In the thick layer of dust that covered the loft floor, there were footprints, not my dad's big work boots or my mum's slippers. These were different. Bare footprints, smaller than an adult's but bigger than mine. And they led from the hatch to the far corner of the loft, where the roof sloped down to meet the floor. I followed the trail with my eyes, but couldn't see what was in that corner. It was too dark. I needed a torch, but I also didn't want to go back down and then up again. So I stretched as far as I could, trying to see into that shadowy corner. That's when I heard the breathing again, coming from that corner, getting louder. I scrambled back down the ladder so fast I nearly fell. I shoved the hatch closed and ran to my room, slamming the door shut behind me. I was gasping for air, my heart racing. What had I just seen? What was living in our loft? For the rest of the day, I couldn't stop thinking about those footprints and the breathing coming from the dark corner. I tried to act normal around my parents, but I kept glancing up at the ceiling, half expecting the hatch to open by itself. That evening, I finally worked up the courage to tell my dad about the footprints in the loft. He looked at me with a mixture of concern and irritation. "Will, this has got to stop. There's nothing in the loft." "But Dad, I saw footprints in the dust and I heard—" "Enough," he snapped. "I'm tired of these stories. You're scaring yourself with your own imagination." But I could see a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. Maybe he believed me a little bit. That night I barricaded my door with my desk chair and toy box. I kept my desk lamp on and tried to stay awake, but eventually exhaustion won out. I woke up with a jolt at 3:17 a.m. I remember looking at my digital clock with its glowing red numbers. Something had woken me. A noise or a feeling, I wasn't sure. Then I realized what it was. The breathing was back. But this time, it wasn't coming from the door or the foot of my bed. It was coming from directly above me. Slowly, I raised my eyes to the ceiling. There, pressed against the plasterboard ceiling, was the outline of a face, as if someone was lying on their stomach in the loft, their face pushed against the floor, my ceiling, looking down at me through the material. I could see the impression of eyes, a nose, a mouth, all pushing down, creating subtle protrusions in the ceiling. And from those protrusions came the breathing, in, out, regular and calm. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just stared up at that face-shaped bulge in my ceiling, watching it watching me. Then, ever so slowly, it smiled. I could see the impression change, the mouth widening, stretching across my ceiling in a terrible grin. Something wet dripped onto my cheek. I touched it, and my fingers came away dark. Another drop fell, landing on my duvet this time. It was dark, almost black in the dim light. I finally found my voice and screamed. My parents came running. By the time they burst through my barricaded door, the face was gone from my ceiling. The wet spots were gone too, or maybe they'd never been there. My dad checked the loft again the next day, taking a proper torch this time and spending nearly an hour up there. He found nothing, no footprints, no wet spots, nothing out of the ordinary. 2 weeks later, we moved. My parents said it was because Dad got a new job in Manchester, but I always suspected it had more to do with the way my mum had started glancing nervously at the loft hatch whenever she walked underneath it. I'm 28 now, living in London. I still sleep with the light on. I've never told anyone this story because it sounds crazy, even to me. But sometimes when I'm lying in bed at night, I swear I can hear breathing, slow, deliberate breathing, coming from somewhere above me, and I never, ever look up at my ceiling. Story 15. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. When I was 10, my grandfather found an old locket while clearing out this abandoned house on our property in Lexington. The house had been empty for years before my parents bought the land. They were planning to demolish it to expand our yard. My grandfather was helping clean it out before the demolition crew arrived. The locket was really cute, exactly the kind of thing that would appeal to a 10-year-old girl. It had this colorful unicorn design with a little rainbow arched over it. When my grandfather showed it to me, I immediately wanted it. He cleaned it up and gave it to me as a gift, and I was so excited to have this pretty necklace that I could show off to my friends at school. But things started going wrong almost immediately after I put it on. That first night, I had this horribly vivid nightmare about being chased through an unfamiliar house. I woke up sweating and crying, which wasn't normal for me. I rarely had nightmares as a kid. The next day, my favorite Tamagotchi pet died, even though I'd been taking perfect care of it. When I tried to revive it, the screen just went blank. Then my Game Boy mysteriously stopped working mid-game, and I lost all my Pokemon progress. My mum tried changing the batteries, but nothing worked. It sounds stupid now, but for a 10-year-old, these were devastating losses. I didn't immediately connect it to the locket, why would I? But the bad luck didn't stop there. I fell off my bike and scraped both knees badly enough to need bandages. My best friend and I got into a huge fight over something so trivial I can't even remember what it was about. My favorite stuffed animal, this bear I'd had since I was a baby, somehow got ripped despite just sitting on my bed. And every night the nightmares continued. The dreams always had similar elements. Dark hallways, rooms I couldn't escape from, and this overwhelming feeling of being watched. But the worst nightmare came about a week after I got the locket. In this dream, I was standing where the old house had been. By this point, it had already been demolished. I was wearing the locket, and I could feel it growing heavier and hotter against my skin. The ground where the house had stood began to crack open, and this woman-like figure emerged. I still can't adequately describe what she looked like. She was like a shadow that had somehow become three-dimensional, with no distinct features, except for these terrible eyes that seemed to glow from within the darkness of her face. She moved toward me in this jerky, unnatural way, like someone had filmed her walking, but cut out every other frame. When she reached me, she grabbed the locket, ripping it from my neck with such force that I could actually feel the chain breaking. She held it up to what I guess was her face, and then she just dissolved into smoke that sank back into the ground. I woke up screaming so loudly that my parents came running into my room. My mom sat with me until I calmed down enough to tell her about the nightmare. As I was explaining, I reached for the locket that I always kept on my nightstand when I wasn't wearing it. But it wasn't there. We searched everywhere. My room, the bathroom, the hallway, the living room. It was just gone. My parents thought I must have lost it somewhere outside, but I was certain I'd put it on my nightstand before going to bed. I remember my mum being relieved that it was gone because she thought it was junky looking and worried it might contain lead or something harmful. After the locket disappeared, everything went back to normal. My Game Boy mysteriously started working again. The nightmares stopped. My friendship was repaired. It was like this cloud had lifted from my life. I eventually forgot about the locket, dismissing the whole experience as a weird childhood phase. Fast forward 23 years. I'm now 33, married, with a decent job and a house of my own, about 30 minutes from where I grew up. My parents still live in the same house, though they've renovated it extensively over the years. Last month, I was helping them clean out some old storage in their attic. My mum had been complaining about how much junk had accumulated up there, so I volunteered to sort through it. I should mention that I was never allowed in the attic as a child. My parents were super strict about it being dangerous, with the pull-down stairs and unfinished flooring. So I knew for a fact that I had never played up there or stored anything there myself as a kid. I was going through this dusty old shoebox full of random items when something glinted at the bottom. I reached in and pulled out a necklace. As soon as I saw the unicorn and rainbow design, my blood ran cold. It was the locket, exactly as I remembered it, down to the tiny chip in the enamel on the unicorn's horn. I nearly dropped it. How was this possible? The locket had vanished when I was 10. I'd never seen it again. I'd certainly never put it in this random box in an attic I wasn't even allowed to access as a child. My hands were shaking as I held it. I wanted to call out to my mum, who was downstairs, but something stopped me. An overwhelming urge to keep this discovery to myself washed over me. Instead of saying anything, I quietly slipped the locket into my pocket. On the drive home, I kept reaching into my pocket to touch it, making sure it was real. I felt weirdly protective of it, which made no sense considering the history I had with this thing. That night, I showed it to my husband and told him the whole story. He was appropriately freaked out, but suggested it was probably just a similar-looking locket that my parents had found somewhere and stored away. But I knew better. This was definitely the same locket, with its distinctive unicorn design and that small chip I remembered so clearly. I put it on my nightstand before going to bed, just like I used to do as a child. That night, I had the first nightmare I'd had in years. I was back at my childhood home, standing where the old house had been. The shadow woman was there again, but this time she wasn't trying to take the locket. She was pointing at it, then pointing at me, as if trying to communicate something. I woke up drenched in sweat. My husband was still sound asleep beside me. I reached for the locket on my nightstand, half expecting it to be gone again, but it was still there. I held it in my palm, feeling its weight, and in the dim light from the street lamp outside our window, I could have sworn I saw something move inside the locket itself, like a shadow shifting behind the glass. The following week was eerily similar to that week when I was 10. My car wouldn't start one morning, despite being relatively new. My laptop crashed, and I lost an important work presentation. I got food poisoning from a restaurant I'd eaten at dozens of times without issue. My normally sweet cat scratched me badly enough to draw blood when I tried to pet him. The rational part of my brain knew this was all just coincidence. Weird timing, but coincidence nonetheless. But another part of me, the part that remembered being 10 years old and terrified, was convinced that the locket was cursed. I decided to get rid of it. I put it in a small box, drove to a nearby lake, and threw it in as far as I could. I felt ridiculous doing it, but also relieved watching it disappear beneath the water's surface. That relief lasted exactly 3 days. On the 4th day, I came home from work and headed straight to our bedroom to change clothes. When I opened my jewelry box to put away my earrings, there it was, the locket, sitting right on top of my other necklaces, completely dry, as if it had never been thrown into a lake. I actually screamed. My husband came running, and when I showed him, he turned pale. He had been with me at the lake. He had watched me throw it in. There was no logical explanation for how it could be back in our house. We decided to try again, this time more dramatically. We drove out to a state park about an hour away, hiked to a secluded spot, and buried the locket as deep as we could, marking the location with a specific arrangement of rocks so we could check if it remained there. 2 days later, I found it in my purse while looking for my wallet at the grocery store checkout. I nearly had a panic attack right there in the store. My husband suggested we try destroying it. We took it to our backyard fire pit and threw it in during a bonfire. We watched it sit in the flames for over an hour. The metal should have at least shown signs of damage, but when I used tongs to fish it out after the fire had died down, it was completely intact. Not even the unicorn's enamel was damaged. At this point, we were both terrified. This wasn't normal. Objects don't just reappear after being disposed of. They don't resist fire. Something was very wrong with this locket. I tried researching the history of the property where the old house had stood. All I could find was that it had been built in the 1920s and had changed hands multiple times before sitting vacant for about a decade prior to my parents purchasing the land. Nothing particularly sinister came up in my searches. Here's the strangest part, and the part that scares me the most. Despite everything, despite all the evidence that this locket is somehow cursed or haunted or whatever you want to call it, I can't bring myself to keep trying to get rid of it. Every time I think about trying again, I'm overcome with this feeling of wrongness, like I'm betraying someone, like I'm making a terrible mistake. So now the locket sits in my dresser drawer, wrapped in a handkerchief and tucked under some old t-shirts. Sometimes at night I swear I can hear a faint clicking sound coming from that drawer, like someone trying to open the locket. I haven't had the courage to look inside it yet. I'm not sure I want to know what's in there. I catch myself thinking about it throughout the day, wondering if it's still where I left it, fighting the urge to take it out and put it on. Sometimes I dream about the shadow woman, and she's always trying to tell me something now, her featureless face inches from mine, her voice just below the threshold of hearing. I'm afraid that one day I'll give in and wear it again. I'm afraid of what might happen if I do. But I'm also afraid of what might happen if I don't. The locket found its way back to me after 23 years. It keeps returning no matter how I try to dispose of it. It's like it belongs to me, or worse, like I belong to it. I just wish I knew why. What does it want from me? Why won't it let me go? Last night, I dreamed about the old house again. In the dream, it was still standing, never demolished. I was walking through it, room by room, and in every room there was a mirror. In every mirror I saw my reflection wearing the locket, except in the final room. In that mirror, the reflection wasn't me. It was the shadow woman, and she was wearing my clothes, standing where I was standing, mimicking my movements. When I woke up this morning, the locket wasn't in the drawer anymore. It was on my nightstand again. I swear I never moved it. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm writing this all down in hopes that someone might recognize this situation or have some advice. Has anyone ever dealt with an object that refuses to go away? Is there something I'm missing about how to properly dispose of it? Or am I stuck with this thing forever? I'm terrified that the longer I have it, the stronger its hold on me becomes. Sometimes I look at that unicorn design, and it doesn't seem cute anymore. It seems like it's mocking me, like whatever is attached to this locket is enjoying my fear. I just want it gone. But another part of me, a part that feels less and less like me every day, wants to keep it close, forever. Story 16. I still can't believe I'm even typing this out. Part of me wants to forget the whole thing ever happened, but it's been 3 months since I quit that damn job at the Starlight Cinema, and I still wake up in cold sweats from the nightmares. Maybe writing it down will help me process what happened, I don't know. For context, I graduated from college this past May with a business degree and absolutely zero desire to jump into a 9-to-5 corporate job. My parents were pushing me to get my life started, but I needed a mental break after 4 years of all-nighters and ramen. So when I saw the Starlight Cinema was hiring a morning cleaner, I figured it would be perfect. Just a temporary gig to make some cash while I procrastinated on real-life decisions. The Starlight is this old movie theater in my hometown of Ridgemont. It's been around since the 70s, one of those places that's been renovated a few times, but still has that vintage feel. 8 theaters, a massive lobby with high ceilings, and this weird maze of hallways behind the scenes. The job was simple. Come in at 4 a.m., clean up the mess from the night before, and be out by 10 a.m. when the day staff arrived. My first day, the manager, Jeff, mid-50s guy with this permanent coffee stain on his shirt, gave me the tour and all the keys. He seemed cool, kind of laid back, until we got to the end of a long hallway behind the lobby bathrooms. "This is Theater 5, he said, his voice getting noticeably quieter. "Try to get it done quickly if you can." When I asked why, he just shrugged and said, "Place gives everyone the creeps. Probably just the old ventilation system, but people complain about headaches, nosebleeds. Some of the staff won't even go in there alone." I laughed it off. I've never been superstitious, and I figured it was just some silly workplace folklore. Jeff didn't laugh, though. He just looked at me with this weird expression and added, "Oh, and if you see a little blonde kid running around, that's just Charlie. He's harmless." Before I could ask what the hell he meant by that, he was already walking away, saying something about how the overnight staff would be gone by the time I started, so I'd have the place to myself. That first week was pretty uneventful. The job was gross but easy. Picking up spilled popcorn, mopping sticky soda off floors, cleaning bathrooms that had clearly been used by people who'd never been taught basic toilet skills. The theater was dead silent at that hour, which was both peaceful and a little unnerving. Sometimes I'd hear creaks and groans from the building settling, but nothing that really freaked me out. Then came the start of my second week. I was cleaning Theater 3 when I heard it. The unmistakable sound of a child giggling. It was around 5:30 a.m., and I knew for a fact I was alone in the building. The giggle echoed through the theater, bouncing off the walls in a way that made it impossible to tell where it was coming from. "Hello?" I called out, feeling stupid immediately. Of course, no one would answer, but someone did. "Hello?" A child's voice called back, followed by more giggling. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I spun around, my heart pounding, and caught a glimpse of movement up by the projection window. A small figure darting past. I ran up the steps to the back of the theater, but by the time I got there was nothing. The projection room was locked, and there was no child in sight. When I mentioned it to Jeff later that week, he just nodded like it was the most normal thing in the world. "That's Charlie," he said. "He's been here since before I started working here 15 years ago. Some say he was a kid who died during construction in the 70s. Others think he's something else entirely. He moves stuff around sometimes, causes static in the movies, but he's mostly just playing. The regulars know about him." The casual way he described this ghost, or whatever it was, felt more unsettling than the encounter itself, like it was just an accepted part of working at the Starlight. "There's also the tall man," one of the concession girls added when she overheard our conversation. "He only shows up during late-night horror screenings. Stands in the back corner of Theater 5. Always wears this old-fashioned black suit and a bowler hat. He's like 7 feet tall and super skinny." "I've seen him follow women to their cars," another employee chimed in. "Never hurts anyone, just watches, freaks people out." I tried to laugh it off, but I couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't joking. Still, a job is a job, and I needed the money. I figured I could handle a few ghost stories. The next morning, I was vacuuming the lobby when I felt a sudden, intense wave of cold air wash over me. The vacuum cleaner sputtered and died, despite being plugged in securely. I bent down to check the outlet, and when I straightened up, I saw him. A blonde boy, maybe 8 or 9 years old, wearing clothes that looked like they were from decades ago. He was standing by the concession stand, just staring at me with this mischievous smile. "Charlie," I said, my voice barely a whisper. His smile widened, and then he bolted, not running away exactly, but almost gliding across the floor toward Theatre 5. I followed, not even thinking about what I was doing. By the time I pushed open the theatre door, the room was empty, but all the seats in the back row had been lowered, as if someone had just sat in each one. I finished my shift that day in record time, cleaning Theatre 5 with my back never fully turned to the screen. I kept feeling like someone was watching me from the projection booth. The third week is when things got significantly worse. Jeff asked me to take some trash bags down to the basement, a part of the building I hadn't been to yet. The basement stairs were concrete, poorly lit, and seemed to go down much further than they should have for a single-level building. I was about halfway down, juggling 3 oversized trash bags, when the single bulb lighting the stairwell flickered and went out. I froze, suddenly aware of how vulnerable I was in the pitch darkness. "Need a hand with those?" A voice rasped from the bottom of the stairs. It didn't sound human, too dry, too hollow, like someone who hadn't spoken in years trying to remember how. I couldn't see anything, but I heard what sounded like footsteps slowly climbing up toward me. Not normal footsteps. It was more like something dragging itself up each step one at a time. I dropped those trash bags so fast and ran back up those stairs without looking back. I swear I felt fingers brush against my ankle just as I reached the top. I slammed the door shut behind me and leaned against it, breathing hard. After a minute, I worked up the courage to open it again, just a crack, and peek down. The light was back on, illuminating nothing but empty stairs and the trash bags I'd dropped. When I told Jeff about the voice, his face went pale. "We don't go down there alone," he said quietly. "That's the rule. I thought I told you that." He hadn't. The worst, though, the absolute worst, happened during my final week. I was alone, as usual, turning on the lights in each theatre. I had to access the main lighting controls through the projector hallway, this narrow corridor that runs behind all 8 theatres, connecting the projection booths. It's barely wide enough for one person, with theatre equipment stacked along one wall and doors to each projection booth on the other. I was whistling to keep myself company. The Andy Griffith theme song, something my dad always whistled when he was working. The hallway was dimly lit, and about halfway down, I noticed what looked like a cardboard cutout of some movie character standing at the far end, near Theatre 5's booth. I kept whistling as I approached, figuring someone had left a promotional display in the hallway. It was tall, really tall, reaching almost to the ceiling. It looked like a man in an old-fashioned suit, completely black against the exit light behind it. Then it moved, just a slight shift at first, like it was adjusting its posture. I stopped dead in my tracks, my whistling cutting off mid-note. And then, in the silence that followed, it started whistling back. The exact same Andy Griffith tune, but all wrong. The notes were discordant, like they were being forced through a throat that wasn't designed for human sounds. The figure slowly turned, and I could make out the silhouette of a bowler hat perched on top. Even in the dim light, I could tell this thing was unnaturally thin, its proportions all wrong. And it was tall, easily 7 feet, maybe more, the tall man. I stood there, completely frozen, as it began to move toward me. It didn't walk normally. It sort of lurched forward, like each step was painful, its 2 long limbs folding at odd angles. The whistling continued, getting more distorted with each step. I wanted to run, but my body wouldn't respond. All I could do was press myself against the wall as it got closer and closer. When it was about 10 feet away, it suddenly stopped whistling and tilted its head at an impossible angle, as if studying me. That's when I noticed it didn't have a face, just a dark void where features should be. "Not you," it said in a voice that sounded like static and grinding metal. "Not yet." Then it simply turned away, moving past Theatre 5's booth and disappearing around a corner that I didn't even know existed in that hallway. I quit that day. Told Jeff I wasn't coming back, period. He didn't even look surprised. "They wouldn't have hurt you," he said as I handed in my keys. "They just want attention sometimes." "What are they?" I asked. Jeff shrugged. "Part of the theatre, I guess. Same as the seats and the screens." I haven't been back to the Starlight since then. I've driven past it a few times, and each time I swear I can see a small figure watching from the lobby windows or a tall silhouette standing by the emergency exit. Sometimes I hear whistling when I'm alone in my apartment. Just a few notes of the Andy Griffith theme, and I have to turn on every light and the TV to drown it out. I don't know what was in that theatre, or why they seem to be getting more active during my time there. All I know is that I still have nightmares about that projector hallway and the voice from the basement stairs and the feeling of being watched every second I spent in Theatre 5. I've got a real job now at an accounting firm downtown. Normal hours, normal co-workers, but sometimes, when I'm alone in the office late, I catch myself avoiding dark hallways and empty rooms, and I never ever whistle anymore. Story 17. The theatre was housed in this massive 7-story building that used to be a Mason temple back in the day. It was one of those grand old structures with ornate mouldings, creaky wooden floors, and that distinct, musty smell that old buildings have. The company was a classical theatre group, so they had this enormous collection of props stored in what everyone called the prop cage, a massive chain-link enclosure in the lower level that held literally thousands of items from decades of productions. The lower level itself was pretty creepy. It had been a nightclub back in the 1930s, with these weird little alcoves and oddly shaped rooms. The lighting was terrible. Just a few bare bulbs hanging from the ceiling that cast these long shadows across everything. The temperature down there was always about 10 degrees colder than the rest of the building, even in summer. I was working closely with Rick, the technical director, who had been with the theatre for about 5 years. He was in his late 30s, no nonsense, and definitely not the type to get spooked easily. He was teaching me about set design and construction, which meant we often stayed late after everyone else had gone home. One night in late October, we were working down near the prop cage. It was around 11 p.m., and the building was completely empty except for us. I was helping Rick inventory some new donations when we both heard what sounded like props moving inside the cage. It wasn't just a slight noise. It was the unmistakable sound of metal objects clinking against each other and rolling across the concrete floor. "Did you hear that?" I asked Rick, freezing in place. He nodded, looking annoyed rather than scared. "Probably just something settling. These old props shift all the time." But then it happened again, louder this time. It sounded exactly like someone was in there, moving things around deliberately. Rick grabbed his flashlight and headed toward the cage. I reluctantly followed, feeling my heart rate picking up with each step. The cage was secured with a padlock, and the key was hanging on Rick's belt. No one could have gotten in there without us knowing. When we shined the flashlight inside, nothing seemed disturbed. Everything was exactly where it should be. "See? Nothing," Rick said. But I could tell he was puzzled too. We had just turned to go back to our work when we heard footsteps coming down the nearby stairwell, the one that connected the lower level to the main floor. These weren't faint or ambiguous sounds. They were clear, distinct footsteps, like someone wearing hard-soled shoes walking heavily down wooden stairs. "Hello?" Rick called out. "Is someone there?" No response, but the footsteps continued. Rick looked at me. "Wait here," he said, and headed toward the stairwell. I stood frozen, watching as he disappeared around the corner. After a few moments, I heard him call back, "There's nobody here, Marcus." I felt a wave of relief when he reappeared, but that quickly vanished when we both heard the footsteps again. Only now they sounded like they were coming back up the stairs. "That's weird," Rick muttered. "Let me check the security system." He pulled out his phone to check the security app, which showed all doors were still locked and no motion sensors had been triggered anywhere in the building. We tried to get back to work, but both of us were on edge. About 15 minutes later, it happened. The footsteps returned, but this time they weren't normal. They were loud, like someone was deliberately stomping down the stairs with all their might. Boom, boom, boom. It sounded angry, threatening. I looked at Rick, and for the first time that night I saw genuine concern on his face. "What the hell is that?" I whispered. Before he could answer, the stomping stopped. Then something else started, a scratching noise inside the walls. It sounded like something was moving through the pipes or between the walls, scratching as it went. The sound traveled from one side of the room to the other, then up toward the ceiling. And then came the weirdest sound of all, this strange vibrating noise, like when you flick one of those cartoon doorstops and it goes boing, boing, boing. It wasn't funny, though. It was profoundly unsettling because it didn't belong there. It had no natural explanation. Rick and I looked at each other, and without saying a word, we both knew it was time to leave. We quickly gathered our things and practically ran up the stairs to the main level. The entire time, the scratching followed us inside the walls. We didn't even bother turning off all the lights. We just wanted out of there. Once we were outside in the parking lot, Rick tried to laugh it off. "Old buildings make weird noises," he said, but his face was pale and his hands were shaking slightly as he fumbled with his car keys. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept hearing those stomping footsteps and that bizarre vibrating sound in my dreams. The next day at work, Rick acted like nothing had happened. The theater was bustling with activity. Rehearsals were underway for their Christmas production, and nobody seemed concerned about anything strange. When I tried to bring up the previous night to Rick, he just shrugged it off. "Buildings settle, pipes make noise," he said dismissively. "Let's not make a big deal out of it." Several days passed without incident, and I started to think maybe Rick was right. Maybe we had just freaked ourselves out over nothing. Then came the Christmas break. The theater shut down for 2 weeks, and most of the staff went on vacation. Rick called me on the second day of the break, asking if I could help him finish some work we'd left unfinished. I was hesitant, but agreed. The building felt even creepier with all the holiday decorations up, but no one around. The Christmas tree in the lobby cast strange shadows across the walls, and the tinsel garlands seemed to move slightly, even though there was no breeze. We headed down to the lower level to finish our inventory work. Everything seemed normal at first. We worked in silence for about an hour, both of us clearly on edge but not wanting to admit it. Then it started again. First, the footsteps, but this time they were directly above us in the room on the first floor. Heavy, deliberate steps pacing back and forth. Rick froze, clipboard in hand. "You hear that?" I nodded, not trusting my voice. The footsteps continued, moving from one end of the ceiling to the other. Then they stopped directly above us. "I've had enough of this crap," Rick suddenly announced, looking up at the ceiling. "Hey, whoever or whatever you are, cut it out. We're trying to work down here." The silence that followed was absolute. For a moment, I thought Rick's outburst had actually worked. Then the stomping started again, harder this time, like someone was jumping up and down with all their weight. But what happened next was the strangest part. I can't explain it logically, but I suddenly had this overwhelming sense that whatever was up there was afraid. Not trying to scare us, but afraid itself. It was the strangest feeling, like I could somehow sense its emotion. "Rick," I said quietly, "I think it's scared." He looked at me like I was crazy. "What are you talking about?" "I don't know. I can feel it. It's afraid of something. The stomping had stopped, but now there was a new sound, a kind of low, vibrating hum that seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. "That's it," Rick said. "We're out of here." We left even faster than the first time, and I didn't go back to the theater until after the Christmas break was over. When I returned in January, I considered quitting the internship, but ultimately decided to stick it out. I avoided going to the lower level alone and tried to leave before dark whenever possible. For a while, nothing unusual happened, and I began to relax a bit. Then, about 2 months later, I was helping close up the theater after a performance with Rick and 2 other staff members. We were all standing outside in the parking lot when we distinctly heard the sound of books falling on the second floor, a loud thump, followed by the flutter of pages. We all looked up at the windows simultaneously. "Did you hear that?" one of the staff members asked. Rick nodded slowly. "Yeah, weird." "Should we go check?" I suggested, though I really didn't want to. "No way," said the other staff member, a woman named Jen, who worked in the costume department. "That building gets too creepy after hours. That's when the stories started coming out." As we stood there in the parking lot, looking up at the dark windows of the theater, Jen told us about her own experience. She had been alone in the costume shop on the 3rd floor one evening when she heard a bell ringing faintly. At first she thought it was coming from outside, but it gradually got louder and louder until it sounded like it was right behind her ear. When she spun around, there was nothing there, but the ringing immediately stopped. Then Mark, who worked in administration, shared his story. He'd been watching a performance from the back of the theater when he noticed something odd happening in the wings. 3 actors who were waiting to go on stage were staring wide-eyed at something. After the show, he asked them what they had been looking at, and they all described seeing dozens of hangers flying across the dressing room, not falling, but actually flying horizontally through the air. The most disturbing story came from multiple performers who all claimed to have seen the same thing. An old man in dated clothing who would sometimes materialize on stage during performances. The weird part was that only the actors could see him, never the audience. Several actors had independently described seeing the same figure watching them from the wings or standing center stage before suddenly vanishing. "I've always thought this place was haunted," Jen concluded. "Most old theaters are, but this one feels different, like there's more than one thing here." I glanced at Rick, expecting him to dismiss all these stories, but he was unusually quiet, staring up at the building with a troubled expression. The next few months of my internship passed without any major incidents, though there were occasional odd occurrences. Lights turning on and off by themselves, doors closing unexplainably, cold spots that would appear and disappear in otherwise warm rooms. I learned to live with it, always making sure I wasn't alone in the building after dark. I finished my internship and moved on to other projects, but I kept in touch with a few people from the theater. About 2 years later, I ran into Rick at a local coffee shop. He looked different, thinner, more tired. When I asked how things were at the theater, his expression darkened. "I quit 6 months ago," he said, stirring his coffee absently. "Really? Why?" I asked, though I had a feeling I knew the answer. He was quiet for a moment, then leaned forward. "It got worse after you left, much worse. I was working late one night, fixing some wiring in the light booth. All my tools were laid out next to me. I turned around for literally 5 seconds to check something, and when I looked back, my screwdriver was gone. I thought I was losing my mind until I heard something metal hit the floor behind me. My screwdriver had somehow been moved across the room." He took a sip of his coffee before continuing. "After that, it was like whatever was in that building was targeting me specifically. Tools would go missing and reappear in impossible places. I'd feel someone breathing on the back of my neck when I was alone. One night, Something grabbed my ankle when I was walking up the stairs, actually grabbed it hard enough to leave marks. I felt a chill run down my spine as Rick continued. The final straw was when I was in the prop cage alone. I was cataloguing some new items when I heard someone whisper my name right into my ear. Clear as day. I quit the next morning. We sat in silence for a moment, both lost in our memories of that place. "Do you believe in ghosts, Marcus?" Rick finally asked. "I don't know," I answered honestly. "I've never been able to explain what happened to us that night. And what gets me is how one entity, or whatever it was, could make all those different things happen at once. The footsteps, the scratching in the walls, that weird vibrating sound. It's like it was everywhere simultaneously." Rick nodded slowly. "That's what bothers me too. It wasn't just one phenomenon. It was dozens of different things happening all over that building. How do you explain that? I still can't. To this day, I avoid driving past the Glendale Repertory Theatre. I've heard from others that the strange occurrences continue, with new staff members reporting their own inexplicable experiences. Whatever inhabits that old Mason temple is still there, still active, and still unexplained. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night and the house is quiet, I swear I can still hear that strange vibrating sound, like something being flicked and going boing, 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 a sound that has no business existing in the natural world." Story 18. I've never really considered myself someone who believes in the paranormal. I'm a pretty logical guy, you know. But after what happened during my shift at the Pueblo Grande Cinema last October, I'm not so sure anymore. I've been sitting on this experience for a while now, and I need to get it off my chest. I work security at this movie theater on the north side of Pueblo, Colorado. It's usually a pretty straightforward job. On weekend nights, my biggest concerns are typically catching teenagers smoking weed in the bathrooms or breaking up the occasional fight in the lobby. Nothing I can't handle. But around last October, things started getting weird. And I mean really weird. It was the Friday before Halloween, and I was working the late shift with Melissa, the assistant manager. The theater was busier than usual because of some horror movie marathon thing we were running. I'd been at the theater since 4 p.m., and by 10, the crowds had thinned out considerably, with just a few late showings still running. Melissa and I were doing our regular walkthroughs, checking the empty theaters to make sure no one was hiding out or had left something behind. We'd just finished checking Theater 3 when I noticed something strange in Theater 4, which was empty between showings. "Hey, did you see that?" I asked Melissa, pointing toward the screen. "See what?" she said, looking up from her clipboard. "I swear I just saw a flash of light on the screen, but the projector's off." Melissa frowned. "Probably just the emergency lights reflecting off something." I nodded, but I wasn't convinced. The flash I'd seen was too bright, too deliberate, but I let it go. We had more theaters to check. As we were finishing our rounds, I saw it again in Theater 7, a bright flash across the screen, like someone had turned on a flashlight for just a split second. This time, Melissa saw it too. "That was weird," she admitted. "Let me call Jeff in projection to see if they're running tests or something." She radioed up to the projection booth, but Jeff confirmed that all the systems in the empty theaters were completely powered down. There was no explanation for what we were seeing. "Maybe it's just a glitch," Melissa suggested, though she didn't sound convinced. "These digital projectors act up sometimes." We continued our rounds, and everything seemed normal for the next hour or so. Around 11:30, Melissa went to count the money at the smaller concession stand we have upstairs, while I patrolled the lobby. I'll never forget the sound of her scream. I sprinted up the stairs, taking them two at a time, my heart pounding. When I reached the concession stand, I found Melissa backed against the wall, soaking wet. "What happened?" I asked, looking around for an intruder. Melissa pointed at the soda machines with a shaking hand. They just started spraying on their own. All three of them, at the same time. I wasn't even near the buttons, Travis. I was behind the counter counting the register. I approached the machines cautiously. They were normal now, but there was soda everywhere. On the floor, the counter, all over Melissa. I checked behind the machines, thinking maybe there was a leak or some kind of malfunction, but everything looked fine. Maybe there was a pressure build-up, I suggested weakly, but even I didn't believe that. 3 machines all at once with no one touching them, that didn't make any sense. Melissa just shook her head. I've worked here for 3 years, that's never happened before. We cleaned up the mess, and Melissa went to change her shirt in the employee locker room. I tried to brush off what happened, but there was this growing uneasiness in my stomach. Something wasn't right. By 1 a.m., most of the movies had let out, and we only had 2 theaters still running. The late horror showing in Theater 1 and some action movie in Theater 9. With not much to do, I sat down in the arcade area near the front entrance and scrolled through Facebook on my phone, trying to kill time. The arcade was dark except for the glow of the game screens in standby mode. We had the usual stuff. Racing games, a claw machine, and this basketball shooting game that was pretty popular with the kids. I'd been sitting there for maybe 10 minutes when suddenly the basketball game's siren went off, blaring through the quiet lobby. I nearly jumped out of my skin, dropping my phone on the floor. The game was flashing and playing this victory music with the scoreboard showing numbers rapidly changing like someone had just hit the high score. But there was nobody there. Nobody shooting baskets, nobody even near the machine. Melissa came running over from the concession stand. What's going on? I don't know, I said, staring at the machine. It just started going off by itself. She frowned. That's the high score alarm. It only does that when someone gets over 60 points in the timed round. We both just stood there watching as the machine continued its celebration for a few more seconds before finally shutting itself off, returning to its standby screen as if nothing had happened. Could it be an electrical issue? I asked. Like maybe the whole building has some kind of power fluctuation. Melissa shrugged, but I could tell she was spooked. I guess, but it's just weird that it's only affecting certain things, you know. I spent the next hour keeping myself busy, checking and rechecking the doors, the bathrooms, anywhere people might be hiding, thinking maybe someone was messing with us. But the theater was practically empty, except for the few people in the late showings. Around 2:30 a.m., the final movie let out. As the last handful of customers trickled out of the theater, Melissa and I started our closing procedures. We were both on edge, jumping at every little sound. We split up to check the theaters one last time. I took the lower level, while Melissa took the upper. Everything seemed normal at first, just empty rooms with scattered popcorn and the occasional forgotten jacket. But when I got to Theater 5, I stopped cold in the doorway. The screen was on, playing what looked like a scene from one of the movies we'd shown earlier. It was just a short clip, maybe 30 seconds long, showing a woman walking through a forest. When it ended, it immediately started over again, on loop. I radioed Melissa. Hey, did you turn on the projector in 5? No, she replied, her voice tense. All projectors should be shut down, except for the automated end-of-night system checks. Well, this one's definitely on, and it's playing the same clip over and over. Melissa joined me a minute later, and we both stood watching the looping scene. This doesn't make any sense, she said. The system isn't supposed to be able to do this. It can't just play a random 30-second clip on repeat. She called Jeff, the projectionist who had been about to leave. He came down, looking annoyed, until he saw the screen. What the hell, he muttered, pulling out his tablet to check the system. This theater's completely powered down on my end. It shouldn't be playing anything. Jeff had to manually go into the projection booth for Theatre 5 and shut everything down. When he came back, he was shaking his head. "I can't explain it," he said. "The system shows no record of that clip being played. It's like it never happened." By this point, it was almost 3 a.m., and we were all ready to get out of there. Jeff left first, and Melissa and I did our final walkthrough, checking that all the doors were locked and the alarms were set. We were heading toward the front entrance, relief washing over me at the thought of finally leaving, when it happened again. The basketball arcade game's high-score siren went off, even louder than before, echoing through the empty lobby. Melissa froze. "You've got to be kidding me." I walked over to the arcade area slowly, half expecting to see someone there this time, but it was empty. Just like before, the machine was flashing and blaring as if someone had just scored an impossible number of points. "This is messed up," I said, my voice barely audible over the siren. "Let's just unplug the damn thing and go." I moved behind the machine to find the power cord, and that's when I felt it, a blast of cold air so intense it made me gasp. It was like standing directly in front of an air conditioning vent on full blast, except there were no vents back there, and it was October in Colorado. We weren't even running the AC. "Did you feel that?" I asked Melissa, but she was already backing away from the machine. "I'm not feeling anything, but I'm done, Travis. Let's just go. Now." We didn't even bother unplugging the machine. We just grabbed our things and headed for the door. As we stepped outside, the cold night air actually felt warmer than inside the theater. We stood in the parking lot for a minute, just processing what had happened. The theater stood dark and quiet behind us, as if nothing unusual had occurred. "Do you think—" Melissa started, then hesitated. "Do you think it could have been, I don't know, a ghost or something? A week ago, I would have laughed at the suggestion. But after everything I'd seen that night, the unexplained light flashes, the soda machines going haywire, the arcade game activating itself, the mysterious looping video, that unnatural cold spot. I don't know what it was," I said honestly, "but whatever it was, it seemed like it was playing with us." Melissa nodded slowly. "Like a kid, testing out what it could do." That's exactly what it felt like some invisible presence was experimenting, seeing how it could interact with the world, seeing how we would react. I worked at the Pueblo Grand Cinema for another 6 months after that night, and while nothing quite that extreme ever happened again, there were other incidents, lights flickering in empty rooms, sounds with no source, that same damn basketball game occasionally going off for no reason. I don't work there anymore, but I still think about that night. Was it all just a series of weird coincidences and technical malfunctions? Maybe. But deep down, I know what I experienced wasn't normal. Something was there with us in that theater, something playful but unsettling. And sometimes, when I drive by the Pueblo Grand Cinema late at night, I swear I can see flashes of light through the windows, even when the place is supposed to be closed. I still don't know what to make of it all. But one thing's for sure, I don't watch movies there anymore, and I definitely don't go near that basketball game. Story 19. I've been debating whether to share this for a long time. It happened 5 years ago during my junior year of high school, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. My mom was big into community theater, so I practically grew up backstage at our local venues. Theater has always been in my blood, and by high school, I was deep into drama club at Lakeside High. Our school used the Wendell Theater for our winter and spring productions, this massive old building downtown that could seat like 1,000 people. All the theater people in town called it Wendy, for short. I always thought that was cute until what happened that January. Everyone who'd spent time at Wendell knew the place was weird. My mum used to tell me stories about lights turning on by themselves or props moving between scenes, the usual theater ghost stuff. But among the serious theater crowd, there was this understanding that Wendy wasn't just haunted. She was alive somehow. Not in a cutesy way either. It was mid-January, and we were starting rehearsals for our spring production. Me and my friends Jess and Tyler were hanging around waiting for our director, Mr. Kaplan, to show up. We'd been talking about the weird vibes in the building, and when Mr. Kaplan finally walked in, Tyler asked him if anything strange had happened recently. I remember Mr. Kaplan's face changing. He wasn't a superstitious guy at all, super practical, always focused on the work, but something flashed across his face that made my stomach drop. "I shouldn't encourage this stuff," he said, setting his coffee down. He looked around like he was making sure no one else could hear, which was stupid because it was just us four in the lobby. But something did happen last month after the Christmas show. We all leaned in. Mr. Kaplan never acknowledged the theatre ghost stories, so this was huge. I was locking up. Everyone had left except Diane, you know, who played Mrs. Cratchit. She was collecting some personal items from the office down the hall. I was standing right by the main doors, checking my list, when I heard... He paused, like he was still trying to process it. I heard this laugh, right behind me, like right in my ear. "What kind of laugh?" Jess asked. "Like a... God, this sounds so stupid. Like a witch. A cackling witch, like from a cartoon or something. So loud it hurt my ears. I spun around, and nobody was there. Nobody. I ran down to Diane, and she hadn't heard a thing." We were all silent. Mr. Kaplan drank his coffee, and then looked at his watch. "I need to grab lunch before we start. You three stay out of the theatre until I get back, all right? Don't go in without supervision." The second his car pulled out of the parking lot, Tyler looked at us with that mischievous smile of his. "So we're going in, right?" Of course we were going in. We weren't going to wait around after a story like that. The theatre was dark when we slipped through the side door, using the key code that everyone in Drama Club knew by heart, 4177, the year the theatre was built. The only light came from the ghost light on stage, this bare bulb on a stand that theatres always leave on when the place is empty. Theatre tradition, supposedly for safety, but everyone says it's to keep the ghosts company. The ghost light cast these long shadows across the empty seats. The place felt massive without people in it. Our footsteps echoed as we walked down the aisle toward the stage. "Should we check out the green room?" Tyler whispered, pointing across the stage to the door on the other side. "That's where actors have reported the most weird stuff," I said, trying to sound brave despite the knot forming in my stomach. The green room was this lounge area where actors would wait before going on stage. It had old couches and mirrors and always smelled like makeup and hairspray. My mum used to tell me stories about people seeing reflections in those mirrors that shouldn't be there. We stood center stage, our shadows stretching out into the empty seats. The air felt heavy, like right before a thunderstorm. None of us moved toward the green room door. "Maybe we should just go," Jess whispered, and that's when it happened. We'd been talking about ghost stories and weird experiences, and then suddenly the conversation just died. It wasn't like we ran out of things to say. It was like something had sucked all the words out of the air. The silence felt wrong, deliberate. I felt the hairs on my neck stand up, not gradually either, all at once, like someone had breathed on me. The air pressure changed. I swear the ghost light dimmed for a second. Then, from the green room across the stage, we heard it. A high-pitched, ear-splitting cackle, exactly like Mr. Kaplan had described. It was so loud it felt like it was inside my head. It didn't sound human. It sounded like something trying to sound human and getting it wrong. And the worst part, the absolute worst part, was knowing that whatever made that sound had been listening to us. It waited for that perfect moment of silence. It wanted us to know it was there, that it had heard everything. I don't remember much about getting out of there. I remember Tyler grabbing my arm so hard it left a bruise. I remember Jess crying as we ran. I remember the sound of the side door slamming behind us as we burst into the parking lot. We were still standing there trying to catch our breath when Mr. Kaplan pulled up. He took one look at our faces and knew. "You went in," he said. Not a question. We nodded. "And?" "We heard it," I whispered. "The laugh. From the green room." Mr. Kaplan's face went pale. He didn't lecture us. He just said, "We'll rehearse in the classroom today." For the rest of that semester, we never rehearsed alone in the theatre. Mr. Kaplan made sure at least 2 faculty members were always present. He never admitted it was because of what happened, but we all knew. The thing is, I've been in dozens of theatres since then. I've heard all the stories about theatre ghosts and strange occurrences. But nothing has ever felt like Wendy did that day. Other theatres might have ghosts, but Wendell felt aware, like the building itself was watching us, playing with us. I graduated and moved away for college, but I still visit home sometimes. I always take the long way around downtown to avoid passing Wendell Theatre. I know it's stupid, but I can't shake the feeling that if I walked by, I might hear that laugh again following me home. My mum still performs there sometimes. She says nothing strange has happened to her, and maybe it never will. Maybe whatever's in Wendy only reveals itself to certain people at certain times. Maybe it's selective about who it scares, or maybe it's just waiting, listening, finding the perfect moment of silence to break. I don't act anymore. I tell people it's because I got busy with other interests, but the truth is, I can't stand being in theatres now, especially empty ones, especially when it's quiet, because now I know that in that silence, something might be waiting to laugh. Story 20. I never used to believe in ghosts. I mean, I loved a good horror film as much as anyone, but I didn't think any of it was real. That changed about 3 months ago. I still can't talk about it without getting goosebumps. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I worked at Westwood Cinema for almost a year. It's this fancy modern multiplex that opened in 2019. All sleek and shiny with 12 screens, reclining seats, and a huge concession area. During the day, it's bright and bustling with families and teenagers hanging out. At night, though, when it's just the closing staff, it's different. I didn't know about the building's history when I started working there. None of us did. The management never mentioned it during training. I only found out from Jerry, one of the projectionists who'd been there since opening day. He told me the cinema was built on the site of an old county morgue that used to store the bodies of hanged criminals back in the 1800s. Apparently, they'd cut down the bodies from the gallows and bring them there for identification before burial. They built right on top of it, Jerry told me one night while we were closing. Didn't even move all the remains. Construction workers found bones during the excavation, but the company hushed it up. I laughed it off at the time. It seemed like the kind of bullshit story older employees tell newbies. But then things started happening. I was on the closing shift most nights. It paid better, and I needed the money for college. The routine was always the same. Last screening ended around 11:30 p.m. We'd do a sweep of all theatres to make sure everyone had left, clean up, close concessions, and be out by 1 a.m. at the latest. The night it all came to a head started like any other. It was a Tuesday in March, pretty slow. We had maybe 30 people total for the late shows. Me, Mark, another usher, Dina, concessions, and our night manager Kevin were closing. Our last movie finished at 11:20, and we started our usual closing procedures. Now here's something you need to understand about movie theaters at night. They're already creepy, even without anything supernatural going on. All those empty corridors, the huge dark spaces of the auditoriums, the random noises from the building settling. When you're walking through with just your flashlight, checking under seats, it's unsettling even on a good night. I was checking screen 7, shining my flashlight down each row, when I first felt something was off. It was colder than usual. Not just a little chilly, but freezing cold, like someone had cranked the AC to maximum. I could see my breath forming clouds in front of me in March, indoors. Maintenance needs to fix this damn thermostat, I muttered to myself, rubbing my arms for warmth. But deep down I knew something wasn't right. The cold was concentrated, like it was coming from a specific spot in the room, not from the vents. I hurried through my check and got out of there. When I mentioned it to Kevin, he just shrugged and said he'd put in a maintenance request. After we'd cleared all the theatres, I started my bathroom checks, while Mark handled the lobby, and Dina counted the registers. I pushed open the door to the women's restroom near screen 5, the one furthest from the lobby, and called out the usual, "Hello, Westwood Cinema, we're closing now." No response. I walked in and started checking the stalls, pushing each door open. All empty. When I reached the last stall, I noticed it was already wide open. I remember thinking it was odd, because usually people close the doors behind them whether they use the stall or not. I was about to leave when I heard a toilet flush in the stall I'd just checked, the one that was empty, the open stall. I froze. The sound of water running through pipes echoed in the empty bathroom. Then, slowly, the stall door started to close on its own. Not like it was pushed by a draft. It moved deliberately, like someone was pulling it shut from inside. I bolted out of there so fast I nearly slipped on the tile floor. I ran straight to Kevin, who was in the staff room. "There's someone in the bathroom by screen 5, I gasped. Kevin looked annoyed. "I thought you just checked it." "I did, it was empty, but then I heard a toilet flush and the door—" I realized how crazy I sounded. Kevin sighed. "Fine, let's check again." We went back, and Kevin did a thorough check. No one was there. All stalls empty. "Maybe it was just pipe settling," he suggested, but I could tell he was spooked too. "Let's finish up and get out of here." As we walked back to the lobby, we heard a door creaking. Not just any door, the exact same bathroom door we'd just left. We both turned around and watched as it slowly swung open, then closed, then open again. "It's just air pressure from the HVAC system," Kevin said unconvincingly. That's when Mark came running down the hall from the lobby. "Guys, did you hear that?" he asked, his voice shaking. "Hear what?" I asked. "Someone laughing in screen 3. I was wiping down the concession counter and I heard it clear as day." We all knew the theaters were empty. We'd checked every single one. "Let's call security," Kevin decided. Our theater had a security guard who patrolled the entire shopping complex. It took about 10 minutes for Hector to arrive. He was this big guy, former military, not someone who spooked easily. "So, you think you have an intruder?" he asked. Kevin explained the situation, downplaying the creepier aspects. Hector nodded and began a systematic check of the building, starting with the bathrooms. We followed at a distance as he cleared each area. When we reached the hallway behind the screens, the one that led to the old, unused rooms, Hector paused. "What's back there?" he asked, pointing to a door with a staff-only sign. "Storage mostly," Kevin replied. "Some old equipment from when they built the place. Nobody really goes back there." Hector tried the door. It was locked. He used his master key to open it, and a stale, musty smell hit us immediately. The door opened onto a dark corridor with several rooms branching off it. "These weren't in the original blueprints," Hector said, shining his flashlight down the hallway. "How do you know?" I asked. "I studied the building layouts when I took this job," he replied. "Safety protocol." We followed Hector down the corridor. The air was thick and heavy, like the ventilation didn't reach back here. The walls were bare concrete, not finished like the rest of the cinema. It felt older somehow, like we'd stepped into a different building entirely. Hector opened the first door on the right. It was just a small room with broken theater seats and old posters. Nothing unusual. The second room was similar, more storage. But when we reached the third door at the end of the hall, things changed. This door was different. It was older, made of heavy wood, instead of the modern fire doors in the rest of the building, and it was cold to the touch. freezing cold, like the temperature I'd felt in screen 7 earlier. Hector hesitated before trying the handle. It didn't turn. Locked. "Do you have a key for this one?" he asked Kevin. Kevin shook his head. "I've never even been back here before." As we stood there, I noticed something on the floor. A dark stain that seemed to seep out from under the door. It looked like water, or something else. "We should go," I whispered. Every instinct in my body was screaming danger. That's when we heard it, a sound like someone dragging something heavy across the floor, coming from behind that locked door. Then a thump, then another. Hector raised his hand for silence and pressed his ear to the door. His face went pale. "There's someone in there," he said quietly. "I can hear breathing." He stepped back and spoke firmly. "Security. If someone's in there, identify yourself now." No response, just more dragging sounds. Hector tried his master key on the lock. It didn't fit. He tried another key. No luck. "Stand back," he said, and positioned himself to kick the door. "Wait!" I grabbed his arm. Maybe we shouldn't, but he'd already slammed his boot into the door. It didn't budge. He tried again, harder, nothing. That door wasn't opening. As Hector prepared for a third attempt, we all heard a voice, clear as day, coming from inside the room. "They're waiting for you." It wasn't loud. It was almost conversational, like someone casually making an observation. But it froze us all in place. "Who's in there?" Hector demanded, drawing his taser. "Come out now." Silence. Then a laugh. Soft, almost gentle. It didn't sound malicious. It sounded sad. Kevin had had enough. "We're calling the police," he said, pulling out his phone. But there was no signal back here. "Let's go back to the lobby," he suggested. No one argued. As we turned to leave, the lights in the corridor flickered, then went out completely. In the dark, I felt something brush past me, like someone walking by very close. A cold finger traced a line down my neck. I screamed. Hector's flashlight came on instantly, illuminating my terrified face and nothing else. "What happened?" he asked. "Someone touched me," I gasped. We hurried back to the lobby, practically running. The lights were still on there and Dina was waiting, looking confused. "Where were you guys? I finished the count ages ago," Kevin quickly explained while calling the police on the lobby phone. They said they'd send someone to check it out. While we waited, Dina pulled me aside. "This isn't the first time weird stuff has happened here," she whispered. "Last month, Brian from the morning shift quit because he saw a woman sitting in screen 2 during his opening checks. When he asked her to leave, she just put her finger to her lips and went, 'Shh.' When he turned on the lights, she was gone." "Why didn't anyone tell me about this?" I asked. "Management doesn't want people talking about it. Bad for business." The police arrived about 15 minutes later, 2 officers who looked like they'd rather be anywhere else. They did a quick sweep of the building, including the back corridor, but found nothing unusual. The third door that wouldn't open for us, it opened right away for them. Inside was just an empty room with concrete floors, no stains, no signs anyone had been there. "Probably just the building settling," one officer suggested. "These new constructions make all kinds of noises." But I knew what I'd heard, what I'd felt. The police left, and Kevin decided we should all leave together. No one argued. As we headed for the exit, the lights in the lobby flickered just like they had in the corridor. "Hurry up," Mark muttered, punching in the alarm code. We stepped outside, and Kevin locked the main doors. As he turned the key, I glanced back through the glass doors and saw something that still haunts me. A figure standing in the middle of the lobby, tall, thin, dressed in what looked like old-fashioned clothes. I couldn't see a face, just darkness where the head should be. And it was raising one arm, pointing directly at me. "Kevin," I whispered, unable to look away. He turned around and his face went white. He'd seen it too. The figure began moving toward the doors where we stood frozen in fear. It didn't walk, it glided, like its feet weren't touching the ground. "Run!" Kevin yelled, and we all bolted to our cars. I fumbled with my keys, dropped them, picked them up with shaking hands. As I finally got my door open, I looked back at the cinema. The figure was standing just inside the glass doors, watching us. Then slowly, deliberately, it raised its hand to its neck and made a hanging gesture, fingers pulling an invisible rope. I drove home in a daze, convinced I'd imagined it all. But the next morning I got a call from Kevin. He was quitting. So was Mark. They'd both seen the same thing I had. I never went back to Westwood Cinema. I called and quit over the phone. The manager didn't even sound surprised. 2 weeks later, I heard from Dina that they'd closed the entire back corridor off with a new wall, claimed it was for renovation. But I know what's really back there, and I know why those spirits can't rest. They're still there, in the place where their bodies were laid out after their executions, unable to move on. I still drive past the Westwood sometimes. During the day, it looks so normal, families going in smiling, coming out with popcorn and soda. But I know what happens when the lights go down and the crowds leave, and I still can't shake the feeling that something followed me home that night. Sometimes I wake up at 3 a.m. for no reason, freezing cold despite my blankets, and I swear I can hear someone whisper, "They're still waiting for you."